flattery will get you everywhere. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, flattery will get you everywhere.
Hello, lovelies. Welcome to another Worm stream, almost at the end of the year. Oh my god. Um, hello. Oh, we've got a hype train. Thank you, guys. Hello to everybody who's already in chat. I saw Robbie and Massa there super early. Hello, Vulcan. Hello, Galandria. Thank you for the resubs, Bun and Myra. And thank you for the follow, Poison. We've had our Christmas event announcement. I'm anticipating that at whatever it is, 11 a.m. UK time tomorrow, we're going to get things like our little shiny baubles in the sky pointing out start towns on every server. So if you've not been here for a Wurm Christmas before, what you see in the sky is that it's just a little marker to show you where the start towns are, so you can go and find Santa. But of course, Santa will also come to you. So let me turn that one off. This means I have been streaming for over a year, just, Myra, because I started. My first one was at the Lunalong. My test stream was at the Lunalong, and last year the Lunalong was in December. So I can tell you actually. But yeah, I think we've just passed my 1 year anniversary. So yay me. Also, happy anniversary, Bun, who's just got his 12-month, and Myra, you've just got your 12-month streak, so there you go. It must be a year. Let's have a look. What was the date of the very first one? 14th of December. So a year and almost a week since I started streaming. Thank you. Thanks, Galandria. So yeah, and I Twitch doesn't count it as my anniversary though, because Twitch only counts your anniversary from the point that you go affiliate, and I think it took me 3 streams to get enough watchers and followers to hit affiliate. I hit it quite fast because you guys were very supportive. So Twitch is going to also be, I suppose, putting some kind of banner up or something about my affiliate anniversary in January. You need to make popcorn. Funnily enough, I might make some popcorn later because I discovered there is a popcorn recipe I don't have in my cookbook that I should. But I'm getting ahead of myself. So yesterday we had the Wurm Christmas event announced. It doesn't actually start till midday tomorrow, server time, which is about 11 a.m. for us. Unfortunately, I'm in Bruges then, so I'm gonna miss out on like some of the kind of the very beginning discovery process, because I think there's a lot of things that people still aren't quite sure how it will work, and we'll figure out in those first 24 hours. But for anybody who hasn't seen it, tell you what, let's do a news segment super duper fucking early. So there's a festive gift exchange. We're not getting the reindeer back from last year, or at least not in the way that we had them last year. So I don't know whether we're still going to get our reskinned deer. I hope we are, because it would be really nice to see the reindeer out in the wild again. But we're not going and like feeding them food and rapturing them up into the sky. Instead, this year, you are participating in server-wide rather than cluster-wide gift exchanges. So you will need to prepare some items with your signature on, that you then wrap in paper or papyrus and submit to your Christmas tree, or to Santa, or to somebody else's Christmas tree, or whatever. And in exchange, the Christmas gifts that you get back this year are, first one I think is the crate of Yulmust. which is going to have 3 bottles in out of a possible 6. Then I think you get the festive cup holder for your second one, which is going to have 3 cups out of 6. And then, if I've understood it correctly, you can submit up to another 6 gifts to the tree. And for each of those, you will get an additional bottle or additional cup to make your lot up to 6, as well as a gift back from somebody else. I don't know if you get the gift from somebody else and hello Vulcan. I don't know if you get a gift from somebody else and the worm gift for each of those 8, or if it's only once you've got the first 2, like the establishing gifts, then you can give and receive up to 6 gifts. It is a premium player only part of the event, but there will be obviously archaeology stuff running for going and digging up seasonal frags, which should get you access to the previous year's or previous several years' Christmas gifts. I think we only get those through archaeology this time, whereas previous times they've been a random possible drop from whatever was giving you gifts that year. Buddha confirmed it in Griff's stream, so you get the item that somebody wraps as well as the system gift. And is that for all of them, Vulcan? I did see. I was watching Griff's stream, so I saw Buddha talking about a little bit of it. I wasn't clear about whether it was just the 6 items past the first 2, because initially I thought it was 6 items total, and I think that the post that they've put out isn't quite as clear as I would like. I think it's the first 2 items and then an additional up to 6 items. Okay, so for each of the 8 items, you get a random gift back from somebody else on your server who has submitted one, and you get the gift from Santa to fill out your crate of bottles or your cup holder full of cups. They've said that it is server wide. My assumption is thus far that doesn't mean that any premium character can do this 8 times on every server. I don't know yet what's going to I don't think anybody knows yet what happens if you do some of your gifts on one server and some on another, or who knows? Who knows? I imagine they are cluster specific though. So if you're somebody who plays with the same tune on both clusters, I don't know if that means that you can participate fully on both clusters or not. Like I say, there's lots of things that I guess we're going to find out once the event actually starts. But if you've got alts, for example, if you've got priests, or if like Ruffle and Bun and I, you have sort of care slot alts or something like that, your alts can also participate if they are currently premium.
Is?
But in order to be able to submit items that have a signature on, my assumption is they've got to be of a high enough quality that the signature at least starts to show, because below about quality 20, you don't see a signature even if it's an item that can hold one. Should all come to Delhi for good gifts from Bun. Good pro tip. There will of course be a 10% skill gain and affinity chance thing happening throughout the duration of the event, and the news that this trumped just a couple of days before was the new monthly skin, which is decorative ship skin for a cog. So if you haven't seen it, you can go and find full details, and I'll pop them in there. Pop a link in the chat for you, but I'm sure that most of you have by now, particularly if you're already in game, because it should be on your load up. So yeah, I was just about to ask that, Vulcan. What have people got creating? And in fact, that's one of the things I'm going to do for the first part of this stream. I'm going to have a look at the sorts of things that my alts might be able to create that would have signatures on. It might be that I imp some of those up. I'm going to go digging through my archaeology stash, because although tunes with no real archaeology or restoration skill would really struggle, I think, to restore and create archaeology items that are high difficulty, like masks or tools or weapons, there are some archaeology items that fit in the low difficulty category that might still be quite nice to gift. So I'm hoping I can tap into some of those as well. But maybe we'll give you some ideas, Tantail. I'm excited about the crate and the cup holder as well, Myra. They're nice looking items. You know me, I love a decorative item. I like these. I'm wondering if the crate type will vary. Will we have different wood types? Is this going to be another one of those things that we're like, oh my god, I must have them all? Who knows? Who knows? But tell you what, let me come back off that so you can actually see my thing. You're going to be finding something or just procrastinating. I think some people asked already about food, because although food does show who made it, it doesn't, strictly speaking, carry a signature, I don't think. So those of us who tend to, me included, bake up and send out baked gifts in Wurm on Christmas, I think you probably won't be able to put those into the prize pool, but obviously you can still just mail them out to people as normal, which, I will. But I don't imagine it counts as a signature for these purposes. You're curious whether we can gift something using the Christmas. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to, Tan. As long as you have reassembled it so that it is a wholly assembled item and therefore has a signature, you should be able to gift it. And in fact, one of the things that I thought I could do, one of those things that I've identified in my archaeology stash that my alts could reasonably put together are, for example, some of the seasonal decorative items from previous years, where I've still got a whole load of frags that I haven't pieced together for those. Because they're wood items, the game counts them as lower difficulty, so it shouldn't be such a big barrier to entry, whereas I tried earlier, just out of interest, on an alt, piecing together the final piece of a mask, and they failed, I think, 30, 40 attempts, didn't succeed a single one. Whereas when I tried them on a wooden item, for example, they succeeded on like the second or the third try. So there are some items, if you're trying to dip into your archaeology stash for this, there are some items which would be much, much easier for alts with no restoration skill to speak of to do in that stash. And you're looking for the lower difficulty items like containers, like pottery items, like wood items, which includes the seasonal decorations that we can stick up on the walls, for example, and the wreaths and stuff like that. Those should all be quite doable. Letting alts piecing together ore or stone fragments, good way of getting some basic restoration skill. Yeah. And I mean, other low difficulty items that you can obviously create from archaeology are things that you're not necessarily going to be sending in the post, A, because they don't have a signature, or B, just because they're kind of naff. Like the other low difficulty archaeology items also include stuff like shards and bricks and shingles and stuff, and obviously bulk items aren't valid for this, which unfortunately means you also can't, for example, send people rare mats because they don't contain a signature. You also can't send them like unfinished items, like rare unfinished items, because again, no signature. There's also a few items in the game, and please do pop them in chat if you know of ones that I don't, like the staff, like tapestries, things like that, which are finished items, and unlike most other things in their category, still don't carry a signature. So most decorative items, most furniture items, most tools and weapons and armour and all of those would carry a signature. Those would all be valid items, but there are a couple of exceptions. So yeah, you also can't send naughty people cult. Sure you can, Vulcan, you just have to send it through the mail, the old-fashioned way, the way we always used to do it, you know? Send people satsumas and coal and some baked cookies or something in the mail. It's always a nice time of year for it, and I tend to spend my Christmas Eve in real life in Wurm, like busily just like cooking up and baking a whole load of stuff and then like sending it in my mailbox out to people for Christmas Day. Um, what was a popular suggestion by the naysayers? It does sound like you can get less of them, doesn't it, Galandria? It sounds like an excellent opportunity to do that. So as you all probably know, I've got quite a number of premium alts around Christmas time. Partly because I have 2 priests who are premium. I've actually got 3 priests who are premium right now, but 2 who are premium for the year. But also, because it's event season, there have been like 2 Impelongs in quick succession. I brought home about 40 creatures that all need caring for, which means I've currently got, I think, about 5 care slot alts. In retrospect, clearly I should have gotten more, but I only got 5 at the time in the Black Friday sale, and I will probably have to premium up another couple before the Christmas season ends to keep up with all of the caring that I need to do for these creatures. So I've got quite a few toons with bugger all skill who I need to do stuff for. But archaeology isn't my only option, as Vulcan said. Like, you can have them create something like mallets or tools or whatever that you can then imp up, because it just needs their signature. So you can still make a better item, and if you have priests who enchant, mine are shit at enchanting. But if you have enchanting priests or whatever, you could also, add enchants to those things if you want to. You could slap runes on them. You could do all sorts. You can dye items and send them out. I don't know until we test tomorrow if, for example, you can wrap containers, because it would be nice to know if you could, if you're allowed to wrap containers and put them in. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure that my favourite container to put things in, which is a book, I don't think books have signatures. Nope, no signatures on books, unfortunately. So if you want to send people, festive tales, again, you're going to have to do that through the mail, the old-fashioned way. But I would think that small chests, they must have a signature, surely. Yes, okay, so small chests have signatures. I don't yet know if the system will let you send a small container of things, because if it does, that might be a way, for example, if you want to distribute some rare mats or something, but I suspect it won't like containers, but unless anybody's heard differently, I don't think we'll know until the event actually goes live. Myra, you've got an alt with 40 animal husbandry that could... Good to know, Myra. Good, because I'll tell you what, I'll show you what I've got. Let's go through the secret passage. First of all, I have got quite a lot of pigs and sheep and cows, and more pigs, and then more sheep, and yet more sheep, and I'm not quite done yet because there are more cows and more sheep over here. All of these have come from the last, barring 2, have come from like the last couple of Impalongs. Pom was either feeling very generous or was hustling to like shake some more coins out of me at the rate that she was spawning passives. So I've got all of those to care for. I've got a small handful of chooks and a pheasant that need caring for that aren't normally permanent residents here. So there you go, we've got a turkey dinner, a Jimmy Fowlon who still needs caring for. We've got a Cliff. There's a goose with a spoon somewhere, and that's just the passives. Because I've also got down here, my pens are so full that I ended up having to double stack some of them. So a few of these pens have also got 2 creatures in instead of 1. So all of these pens are also full of things which need caring for and then moving into the main park. I had to expand my deed twice in the last month to accommodate them in terms of deed ratio. So there's a lot. But on the plus side, that means that, I get to get extra decoration stuff out of whatever the Christmas event is. So my plan for today is, first of all, I want to do some of that pre-Christmas prep, which means, first of all, getting a tree up, because I don't have a tree yet. My tree normally sits in this corner. So I'm going to go get myself a tree, put up a tree, and then see if I can find some appropriate items, test out some different things for what my alts could submit. Because for Crim, it's easy. Crim could do anything. It's the others that are kind of a pain in the arse, and I would really like to not have to then be flapping about figuring out what the hell my alts can throw into the system in order to get more shiny trays of wine and stuff back. Okay, so that's 17 bun. That's a good start. So what you're saying is I only need 23 to 30. I didn't actually do a final count up. Hello, Wendell. How are you doing? Hello, Ruffle2. Galandria, you made a load of cider last year. See, now, clay bottles, that should work. I think even if it won't allow open containers like a chest in which you could put, for example, some rare mats or a rare mat that you want to share with somebody, an item that you can seal effectively becomes a different item. So I think that sealed jars, if they hold signatures, and flasks should count. Do we know whether jars and flasks show signatures? Let's go find out. Because I this is one of those things. Like I think a lot of people are now being like, well, okay, could we do this? Is there another way that we could do this? Let's have a look. Yes, okay, so jars show signatures. Flasks also show signatures. And so do most pottery items by the look of it, which means that your pottery archaeology frags are legit ones that you could that you could do. The downside, I suppose, of doing pottery items from archaeology on your alts is they're not made in clay, they're made in pottery. So whatever the quality they create them at is, that's the quality you have to send it in. Whereas with something like wood items, you can at least then imp them up if you want to. I assume that bakeware probably also, yep, bakeware has my signature. So a lot of these things would apply, and as I say, even if you can't send open containers, which remains to be seen, I imagine that a sealed jar or a sealed flask of something, it should accept as an item, because it effectively kind of becomes a different version of the item. It is a sealed something or other. Locks don't have signatures, no. Quivers. Let's have a look. Wait, why can't it? There we go. Let's try that again. No. There we go. Quivers. Oh, my quivers are apparently not there anymore. Let's have a look. Are they in here? So quivers do not have a signature. No signature on a quiver by the look of it. Although, having said that, that's a bad example. Let's try this one. Yes, they do. It's just that first one was not yet 20 quality. My assumption is also that items do have to be 20 quality or higher, because my assumption is the system doesn't know if it's got a signature unless the signature is showing. It's possible that they've gone and coded it so that the system knows already whether or not it's a signaturable item, but my assumption is that we've got to take it as written, that it needs a signature, even if not a complete one. So it'll need to be above 20 quality to have that. Skull cups, they also appear to hold signatures. Huge cut. What, Myra? I have to say, I did the my title screen. I was like, it would be so easy to read this as the Great Cock Up on release, and it might yet be that. We'll see. Since it's premium only, the system may well be assuming 20 plus. It may be, maybe. I suppose I just think it's probably easier. I don't know anything about coding. Maybe I'm talking complete bollocks here. My assumption is it's probably easier for it to run a check at the point that an item is submitted to see if it's a valid item, to see if it has the signature, like, I don't know, tag or whatever, but maybe any item that can have a signature, even if it's not yet high enough quality, would have that tag in the system anyway. We shall see. Then you've got things like Ibrix, which show signatures, pretty sure. And also these are really easy to make at higher quality. So if you're looking for something to send out higher quality, things like, Ibrix, you can make it higher quality. Pet bowls, you can make it super high quality. Maybe don't flood the pool with pet bowls. But there's a few items that are easier to do in high quality if, for example, you main a priest and can't imp stuff up. Although I suspect that archaeology is probably still your better bet there. Didn't even occur to you what? Oh, yeah, they don't have to imp it themselves. Yeah. So if it's an impable item, as I say, if you're getting them to restore archaeology fragments, the downside of getting them to do it with pottery is you're stuck at whatever quality it comes out at. And if that quality is below 20, it won't be a valid item, even if normally at higher quality that pottery, it might not be a valid item, even if normally it would be. It might be that actually, as we say, it doesn't actually care about the quality, it just cares whether it's an item that can hold a signature, in which case, you're fine. But getting them to restore wooden items is definitely something you could then imp, getting them to make mallets, which is what Vulcan's doing, or picks, or tools of some description. They just have to create it. And I found out earlier, interestingly, the point that with archaeology frags, the system decides whether or not they've got runes. I think some of you maybe already knew this, because I think we talked about it before, but it looks like the chances of an item having runes aren't based on who restores it at the final point, who creates the final item. It seems to be based either on who dug the item up in the first place or who chipped the item and identified the frag. Because I got one of my alts with no skills in absolutely anything, piecing together some wooden decoration items from last Christmas, and it came out with 3 runes on, which, you know, obviously if that was being based on my skill, would have to have been determined at an earlier stage than the actual final creation point. So I don't know if that's helpful for anybody, but it's something which I'd sort of suspected but hadn't had confirmed before. You suspect, Wolf, that the game... Hello, Wolf. You suspect that the game will know an item has a signature even if it's too low quality. Possibly, yeah. And I guess that's one of those things that we'll find out tomorrow. I suppose what I'm saying is if you're prepping for stuff today, like I am, maybe stay away from the pottery items today if they're likely to come out lower quality, because you can't necessarily bank on that being true until we've had a chance to confirm it. Skill of the one finding it, Myra, but failing at the cleaning process can also remove potential runes. Yeah. So because I cleaned them all, they're all as runeable as they're going to be, and whoever actually just recreates them by fitting the pieces together, all they're really impacting is, I suppose, the quality, depending on how many attempts it takes them to do it, how much damage they take in the process, and things like that. I've still got reindeer food from last year. I'm a little bit sad that we don't get to use it again. I'm nowhere near as sad as the people who are whinging all over the forums about it. Maybe that's an unfair characterization, but I was really quite sad to see them announce the event and then so many people just negging it because they didn't get reindeer. And I think a lot of the people who were really upset about not having reindeer, or at least some of them are the ones who liked having the readily respawning hunting ground that reindeer provided. And I get that, but also that's one of the things that kind of spoiled last year's one for me, because there were just dead reindeer everywhere, and that kind of spoiled a bit of the festive spirit for me, because it was just fields of slaughtered reindeer as far as the eye could see sometimes, which was not really in the spirit of the event. It was just more taking advantage of the mechanics of the event. So I'm sad we don't get to see reindeers raptured. Like I say, I hope they'll still bring back the reindeer skin so we see deer in the wild looking more reindeer-like. But, well, at the very least, Wendell, what we know is that we're not feeding reindeer this year. So that mechanic isn't coming back. We don't know yet whether or not they'll still skin them. I'm kind of hoping they will, in the same way that we get skinned Halloween items for event graphics every year. Like, having gone to the trouble of making a reindeer skin, I don't know why they wouldn't just deploy it with the Christmas event so that deer in the wild suddenly look a bit reindeer-like. But we'll see. We'll see. Ruffle, you're excited to pick out gifts to send. Me too on Crim, and that's why I kind of wanted to do just a little bit of a discovery process today about what kind of things I can and can't send. And I thought that archaeology might be a good place to start, although it is by no means the only option. Like, I'm assuming that things that we find in the wild, for example, they usually have either no signature on, or they have the signature of the thing that dropped it. So, for example, Halloween items that you get from hunting will have the signature, or a signature of, like, the troll or the goblin or whatever you got it from, rather than yours. I'm assuming things like Easter eggs, yeah, these don't carry signatures. So a lot of found items out in the wild won't, but created items for the most part will. And also things like, you know, you can legit send over stuff like Yule reindeer and traditional Christmas gifts into the mail system if you want, particularly if you've got more than you know what to do with, from previous archaeology events. So yeah, but first, before anything else, I need a tree. I need to sort me out a tree. You would like to see many more seasonal events for future, at least. Yeah. I think as well. I think Buddha was saying on Griff's stream yesterday, what they're hoping for is that they can land on a mechanic that they can use, albeit with some variations year on year. So they've been trying out different mechanics. And I know that some people are like, no, we want a different thing absolutely every year. And I get that. The novelty is also nice. But also, I imagine that with this very small dev team, it must take quite a lot of time to test and implement these new mechanics every year. And if they're creating a whole new seasonal mechanic every Christmas, that's taking time away from the rest of the more ongoing development of the game, which people are also quite pissed isn't going faster sometimes. So I think if they can find a mechanic that works and then just do some variations on the theme, you know, it gives you a different kind of, you've got a different gift each year anyway that you get out of it, and maybe they add some extra bells and whistles. But if they can get a core mechanic that works again and again, like we got with Grimbleet, that people like and respond well to, it's got to cut down on the dev time to be doing that every year for those big seasonal events, and giving them some more time back to put back into other things. What am I looking for? My horse. So if you've you scattered trees all over your deed earlier. Hang on. Let me just go catch up on chat. And I'll go get my then I'll go get my tree set up. You used Copilot to open Twitch and select my stream. Felt like Captain Picard. I missed that one. Right. Vulcan, you were saying it's based on who dug it up, where it was dug from, and then influenced by who cleans it. So it is also influenced by who combines it, you reckon? Clearly not enough to strip away all of the good stuff I've put into it, though. Yeah, if it's too crappy to show Massa, I think try it anyway, but maybe don't go and make yourself a bank of items which aren't showing their signatures yet today in the hopes that it will, because if it doesn't, then you're just going to be, miffed. So, a lot of salty people complaining about not being able to commit reindeer murder. Yeah, that's kind of the impression I got as well. And also some people who were saying, like, not necessarily that they were looking to commit reindeer murder, but, that they were gearing up, like growing vegetables and stuff specially for it, and things like that. I get that there's a bit of disappointment. I didn't go into this at all thinking that it was going to be reindeer again, and I was kind of surprised how many other people were working on that assumption as if it were almost a certainty. Like, I thought that we would probably get the Grimbleet mechanic back this year, but I guess because we've had a different mechanic every Christmas, I wasn't necessarily expecting the reindeer back. Like, I thought, like, we had that same kind of disappointment, I guess, about stockings when we couldn't use our stockings past the first year. So, yeah. Perfect opportunity to introduce taxidermy. Yeah. And I agree with Myra's point as well, and it's not something that I have done yet, and I really should do. I keep meaning to go and actually post in that thread. But if you like what they've announced for Christmas this year, maybe go and add your voices to the people who are saying thank you to the devs, and it looks fun and we're excited for it, because at the moment there's a lot of negativity on there. And as Myra says, people who have something to complain about tend to speak up. People who are fine with it, or, they tend to be quieter. We tend to express an opinion when we've got a really extreme opinion. And unfortunately, that means that things like forums and social media and all of those things can become quite balanced in favour of polarising opinions, and doesn't really represent, the full breadth of people who are quite happy with it as it is, or don't mind, or whatever. So, where else was I? Chat. Crim as a top tier. Thank you. I'm glad you think I'm a top tier Wurm streamer. Thanks, Wendell. Do I get any insight into Wurm from the peeps who run it? Do I know things? No. Sorry. No. Sometimes the devs will pop into stream. Willow sometimes pops into our streams. Buddha is known to pop into streams sometimes, and sometimes you get to chat to them there. One of the bits of feedback that I gave when they launched Ven and came and asked me if I wanted to be in Ven was that I really wanted to see Ven have some more promises about what they were going to do on their side to help streamers, rather than just being like, you get to use our badge and advertise for us, and in exchange we'll give you a little bit of premium or some silver. I was like, it would be really nice if you could facilitate, for example, I don't know, sneak previews of upcoming stuff, or like dev spots where like occasionally, like maybe once a year even, like a streamer in the Ven network can actually have a dev come and just do a spot with them for like 20 minutes to do a little bit of a Q&A around something that's coming out. Or if there's, if you can feed them things that they can then give out to their watchers, I would really like to see Ven develop in a way where they are actually giving that kind of information where they can, or insights, or just stuff to streamers, so that they have something to offer their audience that is different than non-Ven streamers. But at the moment, to the best of my knowledge, I don't think Ven streamers get that either, but I certainly don't, I'm afraid. So it's mostly just speculation and what I glean from reading the forums, from watching other streams, or from chatting to devs when they pop into my stream, I have less information than sort of, you know, volunteer staff and CAs and things like that. So we're really all just pooling what we know or what we suspect or what we've heard devs confirm or as we go, basically. Grimbleet, yes, Grimbleet. Yeah, as Vulcan's saying, even they don't get advanced knowledge for a lot of things. They find out about the same time we do a lot. You think most of the negative people on the thread were people taking the piss, Ruffle? Maybe. I suppose the trouble with the written word is tone is easily lost and it can be hard to tell. It certainly looked pretty negative from where I was standing, and not just in a like, oh yeah, we really wanted our reindeer and now you've ruined it. Like, I don't think I often see that kind of like faux negativity on the forums, but it would be really difficult to tell, right? Because there is so much actual negativity also on the forums. It might be different if you know some of the people doing it and if that seems out of character for them. Who knows? Maybe something like inviting Ven streamers into the staff testing periods. I mean, that was another thing that I asked for. I was like, maybe on the test servers you could set up scenarios so that Ven streamers could actually go and play out those scenarios on the test server and use it as a way to encourage more people to go and actually do stuff on the test server, because they do deploy stuff to the test server, but sometimes they do it without very clear parameters. Whereas if they set up scenarios for people to go and do, but gave, I don't know, say Ven streamers access to those set up scenarios or environments like a few days before they're open to everybody, it would give streamers a chance to show something off, which the team are ready to launch for testing, but you know that they can do it to try and encourage people to go and take an interest in that and go and try it for themselves and do some early like testing and breaking of things. And I'm sure that the devs would get some insight there into not just what actually happens in there, but as a streamer you tend to be talking through how you're trying to break things and what your first thought is when you're trying to approach this, and if that's not the assumptions that they built it on, then I don't know. I think there's all sorts of stuff there that they could implement. I know some of it's down to time and organisation and decision making and a whole bunch of other things. Your wagon has been borrowed, Wendell. Borrowed by what? How do I plan on finishing the 500 recipe part? So I've got about 467, but I am missing a whole bunch of basic recipes for a start. So I know there's a load of recipes that I know exist in the game, and I know how to make them. Like where I have made one iteration of something. For example, if I open up my recipe book, let's find a good one. So muffins, for example, there's various muffins in the game, and I don't think I've found all of them. In fact, I'm pretty sure I haven't found all of them. There's several other iterations of those that I can try. There's several things where I've made like the meat version of something, but there's probably a fish version that I haven't. So I've got myself kind of like a list of things which I think are probably quite basic things that I can add to this. But also, there are some things which I know how to make, but I haven't actually gone and made in the game yet to add to my recipe book, and some kind of weirder and more wonderful recipes which I have discovered exist either through seeing other people talking about them, or like had seen other people like actually create like the finished item. So there are also some more sort of select items that I might make if we've got time. But what I'm going to try and do, because as anybody who's asked about recipes sort of in a public space before in the game knows, they're quite reluctant to spoiler people on that, because you can do it through a discovery process. So I'm going to try to keep spoilers to a minimum, in as much as like I'm not going to be opening up a recipe or something in a browser and just working my way through it. Like obviously you're going to see me sort of talk through some of the things that I'm doing and trying, but I'm not planning to sit here and go spoilering all of the recipes in the recipe book for anyone. I only need to get 30 to hit the 500. I reckon I've identified at least 60 or 70 that I know I'm missing that I could do, and not all of them are that complex. So I reckon I can knock quite a lot out of the park quite fast. I might actually be able to hit 30 quite fast and still keep going, but we'll see. Yes, to Santa. You're getting paid for it at least? Wait, what? So what happened to your wagon, Wendell? I feel like I've missed something here. Not visiting to You've got a recipe library, Myra. I didn't know that. No, I'm not coming to visit your recipe library. But it's nice to know you have one. I know a few players in the game do. I think... I don't know if Seraphina's got one. I think Goldie and Baby might have one on Celebration. I've seen a couple of others around, so they do exist in the game if you don't enjoy the discovery process. But you like cooking them up yourself. There are recipe libraries that you can go and just kind of like see what recipes are out there and what's involved in them. There are also people who will sell recipes to you so that you can just then add them straight into your cookbook. There's multiple ways to do this. But for people who like the discovery method, I don't want to just ruin it for somebody, I guess. You're just sitting here on the edge of a mountain while you're chatting, Tan. Wagon got borrowed by Shrew. I see. I also just like libraries, Tantail. I'm with you there. So, unless it's changed, if you've never done if you've never done a Wurm Christmas before, you might be mistaken, or previously might have been mistaken into thinking that you could use any tree, because it is in the recipe menu. But unless it's changed since last Christmas, it is not just any felled tree, it's specifically a pine tree. And for the first few years that I did my own Wurm Christmas tree, I kept forgetting that, and I kept going for a fir tree because that looked the most Christmas tree-like, and then being baffled that I couldn't use it. It also needs to be a felled tree. I can't remember if it needs to be a felled tree past a certain weight. Don't know if anybody else knows. But in any case, a mature one or a shriveled one isn't going to do it for you. But I imagine that old or overaged should be fine. Let's go for an overaged one just to be safe. Hello, Massa. How are you doing? It is your first Wurm Christmas. Have you already put yourself a tree up then? No, don't dig. Have you already put a tree up? Because I'm slacking. I'm only just about going to do it. And because I don't like leaving tree stumps lying around, and they ruined our ability to just get rid of tree stumps by planting flowers, I'm also just going to go find a sprout. Except all of these are overaged. Somewhere here, there'll be something sprouting. There we go, that'll do. Because planting a sprout, at least, does still get rid of the tree stump, I think. So let's plant that. Yes, good. Got my felled tree. Let's get back on my horse. The weight of the felled log can be lowered, but the scrap needs to be full weight. Okay. So, Tan, you had to chop a couple of logs. Is that in order to be able to pick up the felled tree at all? I feel like I did test this out. My game's just frozen. That's exciting. Am I still live for you guys? Because I feel like Wurm just did a little whoops, kind of a crash. And I don't know if it's my internet or if it is just Wurm. Let's just restart that, shall we?
Whoops. Nobody saw that, right?
Let's have a look. Okay, good. So it looks like you can still see me. Good. Oh, interestingly, have they just patched something? Because it's... Yeah, I'm still live at stream. Because I only just loaded Crim in like 20 minutes before I was streaming, and it's downloading another patch. So let's just log Esri out, because otherwise that's going to mess it up. I don't know if they've just hotfixed something. But we'll be back in a minute. I found that Wurm's doing that more lately, and I don't know if it's me or what. But it seems like a good opportunity to drink something, because I've been talking for almost an hour straight and I haven't drunk anything yet. And this is not it's not mulled wine, but it has that kind of mulled wine scent which I like. This is actually a sour cherry tea, so it is a hot drink, although less hot now. Maybe I got censored. Maybe I do get a glimpse into the future. Do you know what? I have sung on stream before, but it wasn't a Wurm stream. I think, I think Madoon was the lucky or unlucky person who was just sitting there lurking quietly in a Skyrim stream when I started singing Skyrim songs to myself. Maybe they have put the reindeer in before the forum riots, but then I suppose they could be adding it to the patch for tomorrow. Also, hello Rock. But something must have just been patched, because I already downloaded the event patch, and now it's making me do it again. I don't think I missed anything in the event about a hotfix though, so who knows? The thing is, you know what? I don't really get on. That's not true. I do get on with some carols, but for the most part, Christmas carols just don't quite do it for me. Like, I've got a couple that I really like, mostly because of a particular like note change or transition or something, which I think is particularly haunting. But my favourite Christmas carols are the ones that are haunting, not the ones that are merry. So I've got a few that I like, the kind that you want to hear just like wafting out from an echoey cathedral or something nearby, rather than the kind that you go sort of singing at people's doorsteps. Right, hopefully we'll get back in without issue. Just bringing Crim back online. Baby, it's cold house. It's also not a Christmas carol, but it is a Christmas song. I think a lot of songs which are meant to be romantic are actually kind of creepy if you listen to them. Right, okay. We're back in. So, has everybody... Go on, tell me your favourite Christmas carols then. Those of you that do like Christmas carols, like, what's your favourite? What's your top pick? Because I'm curious. I'm curious now. I needs to know. You're going to take Bean to carols? Because he's enjoying singing music? Yeah, and I think it's different when you've got kids as well. Like I say, sometimes I enjoy them. When I was in my teens, I was in a stage production of the Royal Shakespeare Company's edition of Nicholas Nickleby, which is like a 4.5-hour production. It's long, but it's beautiful. It's beautifully written. And there is a moment in that production of Nicholas Nickleby, where they sing God Rest You Merry Gentlemen with like a bridge in it and like overlapping choral pieces, and it's so haunting, and it stayed with me, and I kind of love that. I think I like the Victorian, I like the kind of like Victorian Christmas carols in particular. It's not my favourite, but it does have a place in my heart because of that. Now, because we chopped down an overaged tree, I should be safe to chop a log off it, I reckon. Get me some wood scrap. So let's just chop one off that. Jingle bells, Batman spells, best carol, clearly. You like a King Wenceslas? Because it mentions your birthday. You like Carol of the Bells? Yeah, and God Rest You Merry Gentlemen. It's good, isn't it? I sometimes like Carol of the Bells. I've heard versions of it I don't like, but it certainly makes me feel festive, I guess. You don't have the carol term here. It's all just songs or psalms. Okay. I Saw Mummy Kissing Santa Claus. That is not a Christmas carol, Wendell. That is a Christmas song. And if we're going to talk about Christmas songs, I'm going to be controversial here, because my favourite one is or rather the one that makes me feel most festive, is one that isn't really a Christmas song at all. It just came out at Christmas. You could probably nail my age down to the year with that one though. What do I want? Let's make. If we make a plank, that should give me a full-size wood scrap. So, where's my tree? So, to make a Christmas tree, if you've not done one before, you need a pine wood felled tree, and a full-size wood scrap of any variety, and then you should get the Create Decoration Christmas Tree option in your menu. I don't know if they've changed it so that now you can use other trees, but it's been like that previous years anyway. Wendell, you have me at about 27. Are you trying to flatter me? Because that's cute if so. Although people do generally think that I'm younger than I am. So, Peltry would scrap. Do it. 28. Oh, Wendell, you might be my new... I was going to say you might be my new favourite person, but actually, I don't have any issue with aging at all. I failed to make my Christmas tree, though. Unfortunately, that's going to have buggered my wood scrap. So, this is why I get a bigger one and chop bits off it, so I don't have to... I mean, I've got loads of wood scrap, but I resent having to go and, like, dig it out. Flattery will get you... Wait, the quote is flattery will get you everywhere. Maybe that's not quite true, but it'll get you some places. Tan, you're turning 32 next week. And most here are your age or older. I think that's probably true. When Scooter's in chat, he brings the average age of the chat down a significant amount, but for the most part, in my experience, most worm folks are more likely to be in their sort of mid-30s to mid-50s, and sort of people who are kind of like in the brackets around of that around either side of that are the unusual ones. Myra brings it up. Not third 29. So Wendell, I've just turned a couple of months ago. I've just turned 39. So I am approaching 40. I'm nearly there. But not yet. Not yet. So, right, let's have another go at this, shall we? 95%. And I failed. No. There's my Christmas tree! Unfortunately, it came out at pants quality, which means it won't last terribly long. I'll probably have to replace it at some point during the Christmas holidays. It might not let me move it because oh no, it's going to. Sometimes I've just got a bit too much stuff on the walls here, and it won't actually let me mess with placement. But it will let me place, just not nudge. Sweet Bells is yours, Wolf. I don't think I know that one. Ruffle is older than the old grumpy couple. Yeah, but that's because the old grumpy couple are not actually old, and Bun had me fooled for ages before I realised just how young he is. Like, I think that name has probably led a lot of people astray with regards to assumptions about their ages. Also, my mouse has just died. I'm doing so well today, aren't I? Let's just plug that one in so it can recharge a little bit. Still a youngster? She is still a youngster. Find a spare USB port, because apparently I never have enough USB ports. There we go. I've those of you that are sort of have me in your friends list or in the Coterie channel, you'll probably notice I haven't actually been around much the past week. I also appear to have done something somewhat concerningly to OBS. There we go, fixed it. I've not been around much the last week or the last couple of weeks. This is always a tricky time of year for me because I lost my dad at Christmas. Yesterday was actually the anniversary of his passing. So Christmas is always a little bit of a kind of a bittersweet time of year for me. You know, it was a long time ago now. I was a teenager when it happened, but I sort of I have a mixed relationship with Christmas. When you add in on top of that the kind of, you know, a lot of people struggle with things like seasonal affective disorder. Like, you know, if you're somebody who struggles more when you get less access to daylight, particularly if you're in more northerly parts of the world. There's a lot of things that can go into it, but also Christmas can just be a really stressy time of year for some people in terms of family dynamics and social expectations and all of that kind of stuff. And I'm very lucky in a way that I don't get a lot of that kind of, you know, pressure on me around Christmas time. I have a very small family. Work has been madly busy, but so I've just had kind of a quieter couple of weeks where I haven't really been logging in much. But I'm excited for Christmas event. So I was like, I was off on the fence. I was like, do I not stream today? Do I stream today? But I was like, I'm going to stream today because it'll help me get some of my Wormin mojo back. So you don't have to secure trees. You literally just drop them down. Although you get the check for gift option obviously until the event actually starts, you won't be able to do anything with it. And if your tree dies partway through, just go and make yourself another one, or indeed go and do what other people have done, make yourself several and stick them all over the place. Can be and are. Yeah. Big sad is rough this time of year. Yeah. Ruffle, you lost yours in December as well. It makes an already quite emotionally overwhelming at times time of year just that a little bit more poignant. I was 18 when I lost mine, so like I say, it was a while ago, but we lost him literally like a few days before Christmas, and although he was ill, it was unexpected to lose him then. So we sort of good eye stream today because you're not ready yet. Yeah, it could have kind of ruined Christmas forever for all of us, and instead I sort of, we didn't do anything that Christmas, but the next year I was like, I am determined that Christmas should be a time that the family actually, get to spend some good time together, and that, still celebrate the good stuff and things, because otherwise I think we might have ended up in a place where none of us really wanted to do Christmas anymore at all. So we still do a Christmas thing. It's just maybe a more sedate Christmas than a lot of people would have it. Let's go and dump those planks and wood scrap somewhere. Yeah, Bunny's gearing himself up for streaming. We've been playing in OBS together, and Bun's been testing out some new equipment. So hopefully, maybe watch out for some new stuff in the new year from Bun. Maybe from Bun and me as well. We might try some of Bun's stuff out over on mine. But celebrate roast potatoes. Absolutely. Everybody in my household is always a fan of roast potatoes. You can never cook enough of them. I'm vegetarian as well, and I went through a few Christmases of people very kindly trying to create me a vegetarian main alternative. I've tried all kinds of like nut roasts and I don't know, veggie Wellingtons and things like that, and I don't like any of them. And I reached a point where if I was going for Christmas somewhere else, at the point that I tell somebody that I'm vegetarian, if they don't already know, I also tend to say, don't do me a separate main. I like a plate of roast vegetables and like Yorkies and some stuffing and like all the good stuff. That's great. I would rather just have a plate of that than also have something in it, because one of the main problems I have with like vegetarian mains at Christmas is you've got your plate of like starchy vegetables and greens and gravy and stuff, and then whatever the vegetarian main is going to just be like more carbs on carbs stuffed with starchy vegetables and other things, and it ends up being kind of overload. I would rather just have more greens, more roast potatoes, more nice like honey roasted carrots and parsnips. Perfect. So I just get a plate of like spectacularly delicious roasted vegetables with gravy and Yorkies, and that's my Christmas sorted. A beard of yarn. Wait, what? Bun is not a teenager. But he's not old either. Neither is Ruffle, for that matter, despite what they'd both have you believe. Humbugs. Another streamer, yeah, maybe. I think he's he's just testing stuff out and seeing how he feels. I think you should decorate his beard though for the B Team stream. Like maybe you could just weave some tinsel. Anyway, Bun is the dad of teenagers. So what was I doing? Right, I've got my tree. We're an hour into stream. I have not yet done any of the things I came here to do because I was too busy waffling. Very sorry. I also got myself minstrels and then I forgot. So, right, first of all, we're going to look at what I could have my alts make that would show their signatures. And for anybody who wasn't here for the last archaeology stream I did, I've upgraded my archaeology storage. I had done it for that stream. I've actually got 3 LMCs nested here. So I've got one with seasonal stuff and rares in. I've got one with armor, tools, and statues, although, as I said, these are not good candidates for alts, unless they also have archaeology or restoration, because these are all high difficulty items. They will be much, much more difficult for somebody with no restoration skill to create anything from, and you'll end up with a lot of damaged frags, probably. Unfortunately, restoration is one of those ones that doesn't show you your creation chance, so you don't really have any good way of knowing just how much they're going to fail until you try, which is why I tried earlier, to save you all that trouble. So some of these might be good for Crim, but those are not going to be good for anybody else. And then I've got some cash stuff and some fisher frags here. I suspect for the most part these are not going to be helpful, although some of the fisher frags might be. There might be some interesting things in the fisher frags ones that we could do some restoration, some combining with alts on. But again, I suspect a lot of these are going to fall into the low and high the high difficulty category. It's hard to know about things like the bowls and the spoons and the forks and the unusual items, the hanging lamps. I don't know how archaeology classes those. I suspect the only way that we would find out is by trying them on a low-skilled toon and seeing. So I suspect, although these are nice high-quality ones, I think for the most part, this one is probably also not going to be terribly helpful, except maybe for some pottery items. You haven't knitted underwear for Bun for Christmas. I also really want to knit socks right now, Tan, and I am dragging my heels about starting. I've got all of this beautiful sock yarn lined up. I spent most of the past couple of weeks when I wasn't worming winding hanks of yarn instead. I'm watching the TV. Been watching my way through Shetland. Wag on, wag off. I like that. But yeah, so that one might be helpful, but I suspect, actually, probably the most useful place I'm going to find things is in here, and maybe in here. But most of the low difficulty items are not going to be that interesting, with the exception of wood, and the wood ones in the main pool of archaeology things are bulks, not finished items. I'm not going to be sending anybody crude tools or anything like that. So I think probably we want to start with some of these. So as you can see, I have already cleared out a load of storage, so I've got space for this year's frags. I don't have to go doing a load more restoration before I can do archaeology for lack of places to store them. So I have already got a bunch of empties. I've also got a bunch of unidentified ones apparently, which I might need to. God, I've got last year's unidentified frags, which I had not quite realised. Let's just, while I'm waffling, let's just chip some of those if I get the right keybind. You've got some colourwork socks to work on. You guys are so prolific as knitters. I am just so not. It's taken me like the best part of a year just tinking away at this like ballet wrap cardigan I was making myself. Right, a bunch of these are not going to come out as wood anyway, but I tell you what, have I still got Estuary on? No, I had to log her off, didn't I, because we reloaded. So I'm going to log my faux priest on. We'll start with her, because although she is the most skilled of my toons, she also has basically no skill in archaeology, or anything sort of creation-based, anything useful. And she lost a bunch of skill in the past week or two because she died twice in quick succession in one of the arenas, the Blackmoor in Pelong. But if we get Estuary over, we'll see what we can get her creating. See if we can get her bank of 8 items. Let's do her in full size mode. Yeah, Wendell's building Bun's audience already. Tan, you haven't finished anything in months? I'll let you off then. I'll let you off. Good intentions. Yeah, Estuary got. She got twice. In fairness, part of the reason she got was because she'd already got the things that she cared about. She didn't die with a tamed, like leading a tamed creature or something, which is always the worst nightmare. But I had got a load of creatures, and she was just sitting there idly on the edge of the arena, and they'd spawned a bunch of pigs and sheep in there. And I was like, I kept darting in, trying to pull a couple more out, and just leaving them roaming so that people could take them home if they wanted to, so they didn't get slaughtered in the arena. And it was on one of those runs. She was just chancing it through the middle of a busy arena, picking up a couple of sheep as she went. And she got, I think, 4-5 champion trolls targeting her all at once, and they stunned her. And then she was down before I could get her back out. And then the second time she died was me going in naked, trying to find her corpse in the fray. And after that, Pom took pity on me and actually started moving corpses out of the arena for me and for other people as well. So, so she took a few hits. To be honest, on my ults, the only thing I really give a shit about if they lose is if they lose their animal husbandry. But if they have already cared for creatures at the point that they lose it, it's less of a problem. Not so much the end of the world. I don't like they don't drop a care slot if their skill drops. But that's the only skill really that most of my ults sort of have a need. And obviously it would hurt. It would hurt to lose channeling on one of my priests, but I don't grind channeling on my priests. Channeling is just kind of an incidental gain from the casting that they do because mine are not like, they don't cast item enchants and things. They use they tend to use sort of just a very limited 2 or 3 practical in the field type spells. All Wurm streamers are brilliant. Well, you know what? But that's the thing, right? Like, Wurm is such a niche game that it is. I think that streaming Wurm is probably starting streaming Wurm in particular. If you start your streaming journey with Wurm, it's probably kind of unlike almost any other space out there because you've got a ready-made community in this very niche game who are there to support. And obviously, not all of the community are stream watchers. But we have a very supportive community. It is a very small community, and actually that was, you know, that allowed me to start streaming from a standing start with people coming and watching and following and taking part in chat right from the first stream, and that makes such a difference. Because if you try and start streaming like some big A-list game, or even a game that's been out for a few years, but where you don't have a community of people who actually know each other and a means to tell that community what you're doing, and you're competing against lots and lots of other streamers, I think a lot of streamers probably have a very, very kind of disincentivizing introduction to streaming and spend a lot of time trying to build an audience from a start where they've got nobody in chat and they don't really know if anybody's watching, and that can be really, I imagine that must be so hard. Like, so I think Worm actually is a great place to start streaming. I don't know that it's necessarily a great place to launch a streaming career if that's what you're trying to do, but maybe it's not bad. Like, get you like much easier to get those first followers, to get people actively chatting in your chat. Sometimes I drop in on people's streams who are not streaming Worm, who are streaming other things, who have got many more followers than most Worm streamers could hope for, but their chat is almost dead. And on balance, I would far rather have like a smaller, more dedicated community who actually talk to me as well, who I have people to talk to, because that's really what makes the stream engaging for me. Although, I'm sorry to say, Worm has just fucking crashed on me again. I don't know what's going on with it tonight. Pom was fed well at that Impelong. Yeah, see, and Vulcan's saying exactly that as well. Like, really disheartening to try and be streaming to an empty chat. Yeah, and difficult to maintain momentum. And actually, I think that's one of the things that trips up a lot of streamers, because I think for anybody who's getting into streaming or who is thinking about getting into streaming, even if you have nobody in your chat, actually what's really important is that you're talking about what you're doing and you're being engaging anyway. And obviously you don't have chat to bounce off of. But if you have an empty stream and therefore you're not engaging as a streamer, you're just playing the game and waiting for somebody to show up in your room, what actually happens, in my experience from looking at other people's streams, is sometimes people will pop into that stream, but they won't see you talking or engaging in any way. They won't see anything happening in the chat, and they'll often quietly back out. So if you're not talking, even if there aren't people there, and trying to make engaging content, you're not then catching the people that do pop in as and when they pop in, Crim has crashed. So let me just close that. You're not catching the people who pop in. If you're recording the VODs and then uploading them, you also can't use that to show people like your style or what your streams look like, because that's not what a typical stream is going to look like for you, because you're just sitting there not talking to anybody and just playing the game. And so, but it is hard. It's dead hard to do, as Vulcan says. If you haven't got people there in chat, you do still need to be engaging and talking as if you have got an audience. There might be people lurking that you don't know are there. And it can be really hard, I think, to get a stream off the ground without that support, but much, much harder if you see that empty chat room and therefore don't kind of like get your streamer face on and assume that nobody's watching. Because, yeah, it's tough. It's a tough gig, which is why I feel very, very privileged to have gotten to start streaming the way I did. So actually, we're currently on Estuary. She didn't crash. It was just Crim crashing, and I don't quite know what's going on there, but clearly something's not happy. I don't know if that's a problem Wurm's side or if it's a problem my side. You would think, with a gaming rig as well equipped as this, it wouldn't struggle with Wurm ever, but it does, because it's Java. Yeah. yeah, fun. See? So, like, we were still just seeing her screen frozen, but she was gone. Now, I've just ported Crim back in. We'll see how long she lasts. And hope we don't get this problem pretty much all evening. So, where was I? Where was I? Right. Let's use the right keys for a start. Seasonal. So if I reopen that, let's try again. So we're going to sort it. I was just identifying this set that still hadn't been when I crashed. So let's just try and tink the last of those down while I waffle some more. Just to see if there's anything fun in there. Wurm does eat memory. Yeah. Although I've found that it's the CPU that Wurm actually tends to max out for me rather than the RAM specifically. But yeah, it's a lot. But I mean, this is a laptop, so obviously this does not do the hardware that it's got anywhere near as well as a PC would, particularly in terms of things like cooling. But it's not an insubstantial gaming rig, and yet Wurm still like just wrecks it. Set that going, I'll tell you. So I am on a laptop which is running Windows 11, obviously. So it's got an Ultra 9 Intel core in it, 24 cores. It has got 32 gigabytes of RAM. It's got what's my graphics card in this one? Let's hardware. Let's find out. I should know off the top of my head, and I know that it's bad that I don't, because I didn't buy this that long ago to replace my one that kept causing me issues. Why can't I find it? Where does it live? I know where it lives. Yeah, so it's got like a gigabyte hard drive. It's got 32 gigs of RAM. It's an Intel Ultra 9. And as soon as I can find where the bloody graphics card is listed, I'll tell you what that one is as well. But it's a ROG. This is a ROG Strix, one of the ROG Strix ones. I was an Acer girl for years, but Acer let me down so badly with the last one that I've not forgiven them for it, basically. Yeah, and I tend to do things like shut down most Chrome tabs and stuff to try and cut down as many of the background processes as possible. Like, it's not like I'm running a lot of other programs in the background, or in fact, any other programs in the background other than OBS. But this does seem to be struggling today. And I don't really know why. But struggling with Wurm in particular, like even Armory Crate's not opening up properly. There is one more thing I can try though. Not that one. Fell down a whole rabbit hole here. Oh, it's a 2 terabyte. It's actually a 2 terabyte hard drive. I forgot I upgraded. It's a 12 gigabyte GeForce RTX 5070 graphics card with 32 gigabytes of RAM and stuff. So it's like it's not. This is for a laptop. This is still quite a hefty rig, and yet Wurm just eats up everything. But at the moment, Wurm's using everything that's running is using 68% of my memory and 12% of my CPU, so it shouldn't be struggling right now. I'm not sure why it's crashing. Much better than yours for sure. Yeah, and I'm a consummate laptop gamer. Thank you, Bun. 10-year-old GPU. Yeah, I'm not much of a fan of Armory Crate either. I've just gotten used to I like whatever came on the Acer one. I used to battle with as well. 52 gigabytes of memory is nice, Bun, but does Wurm still eat it all up? Bet it does. Yeah. The specs, like these specs can more than handle anything else I want to play. It's only Wurm. It's only Wurm, not only Worms. Only Wurm that causes it problems, and has always caused all of my gaming laptops problems. But that be Wurm, and that be Java-based stuff. Java is a hungry bitch. Okay, so perhaps as expected, this has gotten me a load more wooden fragments, which is actually quite nice, because those are one of the things which might be nice to gift, and that I can create on alts with no skill. The same should also be true of anything like I said, like those festive wreaths and stuff like that. Because they're wooden items, I imagine they probably count as low difficulty, but I've not tried doing one yet. Apparently I've also got some gears and valves and things, but I'm not going to be sending those ones out to anywhere. Let's see what the rest of these come out as. Only Worms. Bond wants to buy webcoder services. You got an MSI Katana. Do you know what? I keep looking at MSI laptops. The last 2 times I've bought laptops, I've looked at them, and I've been put off by the reviews at that particular point in time, because I know people who swear by MSI stuff as well. I did give them a serious look. As I say, I was on Acer laptops for ages, but Acer just fucked me so badly with that last one. I was getting so frustrated by their repair service, by their warranty service. It went back like 3-4 times and still wasn't being fixed properly. So I had Acer gaming laptops for sort of 3 or 4 like generations of them, and I was like, I'm not like I'm done with that. And so I was looking at my alternatives, and I looked at Alienware, and I looked at the Asus ones, and I looked at MSI, and I ended up going for the Asus side. But I have to say, I miss I miss the days of there being like a clearly identifiable, yeah, this one is just ace, everybody loves it. Like when I go researching tech now, even if you're willing to spend quite a lot of money on your tech, I still really struggle for most things to find tech that most people are in agreement, like is good, works well, is reliable, does what it says it's supposed to do. It's just, I feel like they are over-speccing gaming laptops in a way, which they possibly are, particularly on things like the CPU side. And therefore the rest of the hardware sometimes struggles to keep up, but I'm not massively techy, so I have to call in support from people who do know what the fuck they're talking about, because this is not my area of expertise. Your 10-year-old GPU is a 1080 12 GB one. Yeah. Yeah. Like, you know, it shouldn't struggle, and yet Wurm. I'm gonna take my headphones off for a minute. I'm gonna tie my hair up because I'm getting warm. I think I'm just being too animated. Too animated in my talking. Oh, Vulcan, you got broken into. What? What? What just happened? What just happened? Did everything just freeze for you guys? I don't know what is going on. Maybe I need to keep Task Manager up in the background. See, it's now saying 70% memory, but that should be fine. It just all froze for me. I'm sorry if it froze for you. I know, my hair almost broke. Almost, it wasn't the Wi-Fi. It wasn't the Wi-Fi. It was like everything froze for a second. I was like, what? What the shit have I just done? Okay, you're lagging like crazy. Let me go and have a look. So, is it still lagging like crazy for you guys? Because on Twitch, it's showing for me as excellent signal, no recommended changes. So, for those of you that it's lagging for, just try a refresh and tell me if it's still causing you issues. Because if so, Twitch does not seem to be picking it up. Yeah, maybe it just had a wobble then. But like I say, I don't think it was my internet that wobbled. I think something just froze. Like the whole system seemed to freeze for a minute. Released too much heat when I put my hair up. Yeah, maybe I just sort of, you know, made the system swoon. Swoon in the heat. Crim's just crashed again though. This might be untenable, guys. Right, let me see. Let me see what I can go and shut down, because this still hasn't passed 70% memory utilization. Something here seems to be going awry. If we close Crim, Eshery's still fine in the background. It's not even like I've put up my Christmas decorations yet. Like, I mean, this is quite a busy environment, but it doesn't seem like, from looking at Task Manager, it doesn't seem like the system's getting overloaded. It's just, yeah, no bun. I know. Right, I tell you what, while I'm on Eshery, let's not worry so much about fragging those. I am though just going to go and test my theory about items that we can send. So what did I want? I wanted the seasonal one, right? That one. I haven't got, the only Chrome tab I've got open at the moment is the stream, but I could close that one because I can always open it up if I need to go check the quality. And maybe, I don't know, maybe there's something happening there in the background in terms of, do we have 1 or 2 hard disks? We could go check Crim's console log, couldn't we? For anybody that doesn't know, if you have a Wurm crash, I suspect this is my system's fault, not Wurm for once. It is often Wurm. But before you boot up that tune again, you can go and have a nosy in their console log. So it will be in whatever your Wurm folder is, under your player folder. There's a folder under your tunes name called it's not actually logs that we're looking for, is it? It's in the tune folder. You've got you'll have a load of text documents. So instead of going into your sort of screenshots and logs, let me just find my console log for Crim. Is it actually back a folder or two? Wurm. Ah, it's in the main Wurm folder. There we go. You think it's Wurm? You think it's Wurm? in your main Wurm folder, you don't even go into the player folders. There'll be a series of console logs for your tunes. For me, of course, there's a couple of hundred because I've got a lot of alts. For most of you, hopefully it will just be like 1 or 2 or maybe a handful. So if I have a look in Crim's console log to just see if it logged anything, no. Other than something which I've seen a lot of people report on the forums, like we get the can't render all terrain texture tiles and ran out of virtual tiles, but you seem to get that whether or not you're getting crash logs in Wurm. So I find usually, I do check in on Crim's console logs semi-regularly when that happens, but usually I find it's not really telling me much. Only graphical updates. Only updates should be the new graphical stuff for the festive editions. Yeah, there shouldn't. I don't think there should be anything in the patch, but also everybody would be crashing. Well, a lot of people would be crashing a lot if that were the case, right? Even if it only hit sort of a subset, I suspect we'd be hearing more about Wurm crashing a lot since they loaded that stuff in. So I don't think it's them. I don't know if something in this system just needs like a good, like proper restart and a rest. It's almost like it's not accessing the full amount of memory that it should be. Massa, what you were asking? Do I have 1 or 2 hard disks? I think it's 1 partitioned. But as I say, like Task Manager's not showing it's a system struggling. Like my previous laptop, which would struggle, would still happily get all the way up to like 96% memory before it started struggling. Now I've closed a couple of extra Chrome windows and I've only got 1 client running. Now we're running on 51% memory and 8% CPU, which should be clear and well within parameters. It'd be interesting to see if Esri also starts crashing even without another client open, but we'll see. So 4th, 5th time lucky, something like that. Let's try some of these. So these wooden items, I don't know about the straw items, like the figurines and things. I don't know if the game would count those as high difficulty or low difficulty items, but since I don't have too many of those frags lying about, I'm less inclined to go testing on those. But I'm pretty sure things like the baubles, for example, let's try on some middling quality. So we're after 20 quality or higher, right? But because these are a wooden item, they might be impable. So let's just see how many attempts it takes Eshri, who has no restoration skill at all, I don't think. Yeah, her restoration is 1.29. There you go. That's my 2nd tick ever. And it combined on the first go. So it looks like any of your wooden seasonal decorations are low enough difficulty that even new tunes should be able to do some combining without making a meal out of it. Now she failed that one and took quite a big damage hit. But we'll give her a couple more attempts. Tan, you've had a few issues before since the last patch. So Massa, you automatically manage paging file size for all drives. That fixed something for you. Something I need to maybe go look into. So when yours was stuttering like mad at only 50%, do you mean Wurm was stuttering like mad? Well, like when you were running Wurm, was that an interaction with Wurm in particular or something that your system was struggling with more widely? See, she's had 2 or 3 fail attempts now, but she's only damaged them on 1 of those fails, so it's not like critical failure. And thankfully, the decorative items are also quite a small number of combines, but if you're not having somebody crash out all the time, what I would normally do is I'd get Crim to combine it all but the last, and then just get the other tunes adding the last item on, so that we don't get quite so much damage like this, because you see now she's struggling a little bit more. And of course, as they accrue damage, the effective quality drops. Wurm was stuttering mostly, but then it started to affect other programs. Okay. Right, let's pull out, because we're doing those a little bit of damage, I'm just going to try pulling out a slightly higher quality one, because she can't imp this up, although Crim could. I want this to land at more than 20 quality, so we can see if it's got a signature. Well, actually, I use these as tassels on the edges of my rugs. So we should be able to see from there. Yes, these should show signatures when combined. So ornamental baubles, all of these kinds of wall decorations as well. These show signatures too. Obviously, they can come out in nice archaeology woods. Wendell, I saw something a little while back. You were asking what wood you should make your wagon in. What should my wagon wood be? I think it very much depends on what you like for aesthetics. Me, I love lingonberry wood and thorn for vehicles. But if you're after whichever wood is going to be the most effective, I guess you want cedar wood, because your wagon is one of the few things that's going to spend time off deed, and cedar wood decays more slowly. But me, I'd always go for an archaeology wood because they're pretty. Yeah, Master, by all means, drop a link in the Coterie channel, and I'll go and have a look into it. Cedar all the way. See, for tools and things, I use the correct. When I'm creating them, I use the correct things. So my bows are made of willow, and my wooden tools are made of oak wood and things like that. But for ships and vehicles and things, I will take the prettiness of a nice archaeology wood over the benefits of making them in cedar or something, pretty much any day. We're going to find out soon, I think, just how much I'm going to butcher these. Because if you fail too many times at this, there we go, she's finally succeeded. If you fail too many times at this, it might be that actually recreating stuff from archaeology stuff isn't really a viable way to go. It took her a few more times than I would have liked, but it came out with some nice runes. It's got her signature on it. That should be a giftable item. Particularly nice maybe for people who weren't here for previous Wurm Christmases and therefore won't already have the seasonal deco stuff. Yes, one of my bows is not willow, but I didn't make it. It doesn't have my creator signature on it. It's this one. Wait, where is it? Oh, I'm on Eschery. That's why. But yeah, I've got items that are not made from the correct wood. If I make them myself, I will do that when I can. But people have archaeology items that come out in different woods, and if that happens to be the one you get rare, so what? So you have to input a little bit more, or so it takes a little bit more damage. Meh. I draw the line at tools made out of zinc, though. No, that is a compromise I am not willing to make. Did I go and close it? I did. Okay, so for a toon with, she's now up to a whole a 1.6 restoration. It took her a few more attempts than I'd like on that one. I don't know, maybe we got unlucky. Let me try it on something else. So if I've got a lot more spooky frags, but I kind of feel like sending out spooky decorations at Christmas. The autumn wreaths might go quite nicely. But I'm not gonna be sending out Halloween stuff under the Christmas tree. What have we got? Let's try one of the snowflakes. So if we just grab a few of those. Start by combining the higher quality ones. You've got supreme birchwood tools. Right, and do you use those supreme birchwood tools? Because I can't imagine you being like, nah, it's birchwood. Sod that. You can also do Myra's tip earlier about getting your alts with no skill to go chipping and combining things like shards and shingles and lumps and the kind of things that you care less about. It might be that just getting a toon up to I don't know, 10, 15, 20 restoration makes a massive difference to being able to combine these low ones. I am doing it from literally no skill. But she combined that one successfully, so it's took her 3 goes to get the first 2 of those combined. We'll see how long it takes to do the other one. Yeah, of course you use it, exactly. And I use my not willow rare longbow until I come across a willow longbow that works better, and she's recreated it. So there we go, we got a thorn stellar snowflake, which does also show her signature. This one's got 2 runes. So another valid, hopefully valid item. One of the other things I was curious about is, because they've brought back the wrapping mechanic, something that I asked for ages, and I know other people were asking for it as well on the forum, was for them to bring back gift boxes and just take away the decay reduction. Like, I think they took it, you used to, for anybody who hasn't been playing this game for as long as I have, you used to be able to use, I think it was wood scraps rather than paper, to wrap just about any item. And the problem was, and it would put it in one of those little gift box shapes, and it was a nice way to be able to just gift things. But the problem was, because it also effectively halted decay, what you got was people wrapping things which you couldn't easily store, like rare logs, and wrapping them and leaving them all over their deeds, and just using it as a way to circumvent decay. And they took it out of the game because it was being exploited. And me and a lot of other people have been asking for them to just bring back the wrapping mechanic, but just get rid of the decay bit. Like, we just wanted a way to be able to wrap things nicely to present them to people. Like, sod the decay. And they've done it with this, but I think until we actually see how the event works, I don't know if for the duration of the event we will have the wrap mechanic back temporarily. Like, I don't know if we'll be able to use it to wrap gifts that we are actually going to give to specific other players, not just to the tree. I don't know if it's something that you will need to have paper or papyrus in your inventory in order to be able to sacrifice a gift to the tree, and actually it will only be a wrap mechanic on items that you submit into the pool at the point that you submit it. I don't know. It would be nice if they had brought it back even just for the Christmas season, so that we could wrap anything we desired. But we shall see. So I could also, I mean, I don't know, planters and things are not particularly exciting. What about, like, I haven't actually got enough of the interesting pottery items, I think, to make it worthwhile going and creating a bunch of those. Although I've got more Christmas ones down here that I haven't opened. But it looks like, at the very least, Christmas wooden Christmas decorations are viable. Look, I'm sitting on shitloads of these ones. Let's do some of these. Some, and I don't even know how the quality on these is as low as it is. Like, what a mix. But I've got 36 of these, so I can definitely spare some of those. I think those are the snowflakes from the Christmas before, whereas the stellar snowflakes were new last year. But if we sort of grab a few of varying qualities there, they're averaging out at 27. So let's just combine some of those as well and just check that the older snowflakes also show signatures, because I would hate to tell you all that they did and find that it was only the more recent ones that also show wood type. So we'll just test that. Right, she combined those two on the first try. Wrap the crap. yeah. Like, you know, people were using it as a way to sort of like to keep rare mats all over the place, and every so often you'll find when a deed that has been stood up a long time, but maybe where somebody put a load of upkeep into it but actually hasn't played in years, falls. Every so often you'll find, wandering around those deeds, you'll find the old gift boxes of like wrapped logs and things just like littered about in their deeds. But yeah, I would really like for them to have brought back the wrap mechanic, and I guess the reason that they didn't is because, of course, then they released it as skins, which we pay for. Okay, so she's had another fail on those. We're still doing all right, though. There we go. That one came out in lemon wood, came out with 2 runes, and it does indeed still have a signature on, so there you go. Even the older Christmas decorations would still be valid for these purposes. So one thing that you could do whilst I'm on Eshri, who is one of my priests, so she can't imp stuff, as we said, like, you can get your priests to create stuff. I wouldn't suggest using archaeology stuff to recreate tools because, like I say, tools and armor and things like that are quite high difficulty and they're likely to fail a lot. But anybody with any skill can just create blades and handles and combine them. It's just that priests can't then imp them up. So if your main has got, for example, a lot of blacksmithing skill, or that is one of your better skills, or if you've got some weaponsmithing skill or some good fine carpentry skill, something like that, and you've got alts that you want to create stuff for, so long as they create the thing and it gets their signature on, you can then go and imp it up for them. I think rather than having Estuary create stuff, I'm just curious about the other kinds of things that might show signatures. Okay, so jewelry. Jewelry shows signatures. That might be quite a nice thing to do. If you've got a toon who's got a bit of jewelry making skill, and you don't mind imping some stuff up. If you don't have any jewelry making skill, but you are sitting on, for example, more moon metal lumps than you know what to do with, you could think about, for example, I don't know, creating some Serral rings. They don't need to be high quality because what Serral rings are most useful for is for priests because they're shatterproof. So priests can use them to practice casting even though they're low quality. They can, of course, go and imp them up, and if they're higher quality, it reduces the difficulty. But so there might be like items of jewelry and things you can make. I mean, I tell you what, we also could test. We only generally get these as spooky frags rather than at Christmas. But let me just go and have a look at and try recreating one of the necklaces from the spookies. Because I don't know if they're going to be high or low difficulty. And it would be interesting just to see how hard they are to put back together for a toon. Those are all quite high quality. Let me just see if I can find those are unidentified. Let's ignore those. Got some fang neck. Do you know what? Let's sort it. Let's be systematic about this. You like the idea of the teleport function of the cups? Yeah, so when you finish drinking, they just return to their yeah, so you can't lose your set. That's nice. That is nice. I also think they're a nice looking item. Like, you know me, I love more decorative items in the game. And they look pretty. I'm guessing that what we probably can't do, because it would be nice if we could use those wine holders and put other things in them, because I've got quite a lot of bottles of like Starberry cordial and champagnes and things sort of lying about decorating, and it would be nice if you could put other bottles in there as well, but I suspect you can't. So what am I looking for? Identified. Specifically, I was looking for necklaces, so I have got a bunch. There. Interestingly, in 2 metal types, clearly that was something that got patched partway through. Let's have some of those. Again, these are a 3-part item as well, so that's not asking a great deal in terms of frags in your collection or attempts at which you can fail to ping stuff back together. Seeing a load of arachnid ones there as well. But on the downside, these are obviously not as not quite so festive, because they're Halloween items. These are also higher quality, but I suspect we're going to get more of this. I'm feeling like these are probably going to be a higher difficulty item, and she might fail more, but I might be wrong. So she's failed twice already. Let's just give them a few more goes. I don't mind sacrificing a few quality frags to test this, to see if these are a more manageable item for low skill toons, but I think they're probably not. Until you lose the entire holder. But at least, because presumably it's got the deco tag, so it shouldn't be something that decays. Like, you can just put it out somewhere pretty. Does the creator... Wait, does the creator of the item of gift... Yes. I haven't answered it already, but my assumption is yes, Bugsy. So I think from my reading of the forum post, when you submit an item to the tree, it has to have a signature that matches you. So I can't, for example, create 30 items with Crim's signature and then have my alts put those into the tree. If I'm reading the forum post right, it has to be your signature, which is why we're trying to find items which no skill alts and priests might be able to create that are like decent, that might actually be nice for people to receive. But as if you weren't here at the beginning, as Vulcan said, you can also, even if you've got priests that can't imp stuff up, if they create the basic item like mallets or pickaxes or shovels or something like that, you can still imp it up for them. It's the signature bit that's important, and that's determined at creation. Also, hello and welcome to the stream, Bugsy. Massa. Yeah, so an item with your creator tag at the point that you submit it. See, at the moment, even with quite high quality frags, she's failed all of these so far. So I suspect these are going to be considered high difficulty items. But I don't know, with minimal jewelry smithing, I think you can still create things like rings and necklaces and stuff, so you could create jewelry to send. What I also don't know is, I just checked a bracelet, but is she really not wearing any jewelry? I'll go and check some other jewelry and just check whether we do get creator signatures on other things. Okay, she's finally managed to combine. This is looking to me at about the same difficulty that the baubles were, but like I said, I tried to recreate a mask on a different no-skill toon earlier, and they had 30 attempts and still didn't do anything. So she might have just got lucky here, but I think that things like jewelry items probably not going to be a good pick. For archaeology creations, you could do creation from scratch, certainly. Yeah, Sam, if you want a lead pickaxe, you know where that's come from. Rude. We'll give it a couple more goes, and then I think we'll give up. Because, like, these are taking a little bit of damage. They're not being damaged all the time. But I think this is probably more frustrating. Oh, no, she's done it. She's done it. So, and it has her signature. So, would be a legitimate item. As we said, books don't carry signatures, unfortunately. Decorative ships, I imagine, probably do. Yes. So, things like decorative ships, you know, with the latest monthly skin on, if you're feeling generous or if you've got points to spare. Pretty little things like I've got these ink pots, because they don't require too much material to make. Whoops! I did not mean to do that. Oh, I fucking hate when that happens. Let me just put that back down. Thankfully, everything on this shelf at least stays on it. It's not like when you balance stuff on a chest and it all falls on the floor. What I was trying to do was pick up that. Like I made a bunch of ink pots because the metal ink pots are really quite sweet, and I made a bunch of those out of scrap moon metal that I had lying around. So I think those are quite pretty, just as like decorative items. Unfortunately, it looks like these don't show. Oh, that one does though. Is it the quality? Yeah, there you go. That's because that's under the mark. So as long as they are over 20 quality, pretty little ink pots should also show. So for example, if you're sitting on a bunch of Empyrean lumps and you're not really sure what to do with them, that might be quite a nice thing to make some quirky little decorative items out of to share with people. I don't know. If you're looking for kind of interesting and creative things to put into the system that aren't just more tools or something, or particularly if you sort of, you know, if you're hard up for either skills or tools and things, skull cups do show signatures on, but they are also really quite difficult to make, so I wouldn't recommend those to anybody who isn't already quite accomplished at making them. Trying to think what else. Eggs, as we've already said, don't. I've been uncommonly lucky. I'm now up to 3 rare chessboards, so I've used up all of my worm luck on chessboards. Massa, you tried to convert the time zones on the worm announcements. Which works poorly because it is your time zone. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that the little figurines and things will show. Yeah, those will show signatures as well. So, you know, so you've got options, but there's a bunch of things which, as I say, I use as decorative items, even though they're not really intended to be, just because they're kind of shiny and lovely. And like I said earlier, bricks, I haven't made any recently, but certainly it was the case in the first few weeks that they were available, that you could make them in really quite high quality quite easily. Let's go and have a quick look upstairs. I don't know if things like, if you've got some leatherworking skill, stuff like higher quality archaeology journals might be nice if the system will let you send containers, open containers, which we still don't know. Actually, I think that one's a low quality one. I ought to check one of the others. So when I go back down, I will check. Also, if you've never painted statuettes, like statuettes of the gods, this one's made in Empyrean. That's not actually the Empyrean colour. This is also painted. But they show signatures. They take paint really nicely. So if you're after extra decorative items that you might not have considered, you can make this in whatever metal you like and then paint it, and it's pretty. And I especially like it in the blue. It has that same kind of gleam that the treasure hunting statues have, if you've ever painted one of the octopuses or things like that. Stamp boxes as well, something I know I've made up previously and sort of sent out to people previous Christmases. So these ones, these also show signatures, and that's carpentry or fine carpentry items. So if you're somebody who's got quite a lot of skill there, those are quite sweet. And even if people don't do cartography, I think they're quite nice decorative items. I have got a few of them just sat around on shelves and things. Fine carp for those. Thank you, Massa. I love my decorations. I mean, I suppose you could do things like bowls, but I used bowls as decorative items. Apparently bowls do show, bowls also show signatures. Shouldn't really have Esri repairing that, but never mind. And they last quite a while as decoration, which is why I end up using those out and about places too. Also, I thought the bloods would decay way faster than they actually do on deeds, so I've started using spare bloods as decorations some places as well. But I think there's probably actually a wealth of things we can pick. I love chess pieces as decorations. These are my rare ones, but like you could set up proper little dioramas with these. They're dead cute. And I was going to look at other jewelry items, wasn't I? Puppets? Do puppets? Is it high enough quality? It is high enough quality. So it looks like puppets don't show signature, unfortunately. Because otherwise, sort of, I guess the problem is as well, you couldn't send somebody a set of puppets unless it lets us do that thing, which I said I don't yet know if it does, which is put an open container with a few items in and wrap that and put it in. I suspect it probably won't, but you never know. Most armor items should. This one's got an Enki signature, for example, so I think pretty much all of the armor items will show signatures. Chess pieces, yeah, they're like Warhammer for Wormians, exactly. I do yo-yos? They do! So apparently yo-yos also have signatures. If you're a toy maker, that's quite a rare skill. So making and sending out toys might be a nice thing to put under the tree and very kind of appropriate for the season. You know what? All those streams where I go looking at other people's LMCs and like in public and being like rooting through their drawers. Not sure I've ever rooted through my drawers on stream. I'm sort of like, I'm approaching this. I'm like, how do I feel about this? But I kind of just want to check some of these things that I've got squirreled away, like necklaces. Okay, so yeah, normal necklaces do as well. Obviously runes won't. Easter flowers don't, which makes sense because there's something that the game gave to you. I imagine things like bunny ears maybe do if you created them, but because this was gifted by the bunny, it's got the Easter bunny signature on it, so obviously I couldn't submit bunny ears, even if I wanted to. But I've got all kinds of tat, sort of just tucked away in places. What I was looking for was more rings. I'm sure I've got some more rings. I don't want to check the Rift ones because obviously they'll be different, but I could just check on Crim when I go back onto Crim, I suppose. But yes, staffs, I think we touched on this earlier, staffs don't, tapestries don't show signatures, clearly puppets don't. And I'm always sad that they don't, because I wanted a tapestry of a Hazel Bob made by Bob with her signature on it.
Yes.
Couldn't get that though.
Magnificent.
Inscribed paper or papyrus. I don't think it does, because I don't think it has a creator signature. It's just like, it's got the signature of the person on it when you read it, but I don't think it's embedded into the item itself.
If you have point.
And as we've said, unfinished items don't have a creator signature yet, so you can't do anything with those. But here's a bunch of stuff I created earlier, so these will pretty much all have Crim's signatures on, and some of them obviously won't have hers because they're not creations, but so I've got plenty of things that Crim could give even if I don't make them from scratch, but not that will have my alt's creation signatures on, unfortunately.
Goblin glee.
Trying to think what else. I'm not sure that I've got, like, and your goblin items as well, for example. Oh wait, they're actually through the door to Narnia. Here's my goblin loot. I can't even send somebody my corpse, you know? I mean, thank you. I don't think goblin items are one of the ones which replaces signatures. There are some things which you find in the wild, and the first time you examine it, you write your signature on it, and I'm just trying to think of a good example. I did it to something just the other week, where I examined it before I dropped it into a station at the Impalong, and it added my signature at the point that I did, and I'm trying to think what it would have been. Oh, I think actually I do know what it was. I foraged up a copper ring. I think it was that. Because I foraged it up, I didn't create it, but it also didn't have a signature. But a ring, therefore, must be an item which can contain a signature, because I think I put my signature on it the first time I examined it. Question is, where did I put it? Clearly not up here. Can cartography maps, do they show signatures? You see a wall. Would help if I actually selected the map, wouldn't it? Cartography maps, alas, do not show signatures, so you can't send people nice maps of interesting places, which is a shame. Where did I put that ring? We've got a different kind of a ring there, which does have Ruffle's signature on it, so that probably is true of all other rings as well. Anyway, I feel like I've done enough kind of wandering and waffling looking at things. I think there's probably a lot of things other than just tools that you could make and send to people. And as I say, if you're a decent potter, you could make and send some nice pottery items as well. They're just maybe less useful for no skill alts to do and to send into the system, and that's the thing that I think most people are going to struggle with. For the most part, we're not going to struggle to find things that our mains could put in. It's just if you have premium alts that you want to take part, you might have to do a little bit more thinking about what they can send if you are also trying to send something that's nice, a nice gift that somebody might actually enjoy, rather than just something which technically qualifies and allows you to put it into the system. So I'm just logging back into Crim. The lady what? Oh, the lady nut. Yes, lady nuts. I'm pretty sure that these I've got various lady nuts and nuts lying about, mostly gifts from Bud and Myra. I've got my supreme carrot, and and Madoon's Berry Bonanza science experiment over there. This is sort of like a holding spot for things that are going to go in my cabinet of curiosities at some point. I also meant to, like, arrow bundles? They're not a bulk item, but presumably they don't have a signature. They don't. Alas, you can't just send people a nicely imped up bundle of arrows. Thank you, Myra. I was like, what is this? Myra, are you saying that I've been bad this year, Myra? Is that why I get coal? Do I have cheese and tomato sandwich? I don't. Right. 471. That's a nice opportunity to transition over to the second part of my stream, isn't it? Oh, I see. It's for nice people because it's 100 quality. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Let's just pop it there for now. And I said I was just going to just double check normal rings, didn't I? So, yes. There you go. So rings, all jewelry items by the look of it, do show the signature of their creator. Not sending my champ chooks to anybody for Christmas though, alas. So okay, all right. Transitioning on to the second part of my stream. So there are 2 journal goals associated with recipes, I think. Am I now going to find out I'm wrong? And actually, there's 3 because there's a 250 one. Where was that? Somewhere, she says. I'm sure there's a 251. Winding Road? There we go. Okay, so Going the Distance has a 250 cooking recipes goal. Destinations Unknown has a 500 cooking recipes goal. That's the one that I'm trying to now go sweeping up. Yeah, 250 and 500. Okay. Rings are hard to make. Are they hard to make? I've got a bit of jewelry smithing skill, so I could knock some rings out. But I've got, like I say, I've got plenty of things that Crim could send. So I'm most of the way to that 500 one, but I know that there is a bunch of really basic stuff which I haven't yet cooked, and so it's not yet in my cookbook. For example, rat on a stick and hog roast. Don't think I've got either of those in my cookbook yet, and I've got sort of like a collection of things like that where I haven't swept up some basics, and I could probably get to 500 just sweeping up those basics. Yeah, I don't have hog roast in there, and I'm pretty sure I don't have rat on a stick. And there's also several things, if you're trying to flesh out your cookbook and you're struggling to find things through the discovery method, one of the things that you can also do is there's often several iterations of an item. So for example, if you've already got ice cream, if you've got some ice cream unlocked, like one of the berry ice creams, several of the ice creams, as you'll be noticing, it's not just a berry ice cream, it's a specific berry ice cream. So I'm pretty sure, for example, there's a lingonberry ice cream. I've already got the blueberry one. I don't know if there's... I think there is a raspberry, but the raspberry is actually raspberry ripple, and it's interesting that it's not... Is that because it's just called raspberry ripple? Yeah, there you go. The raspberry one comes out as raspberry ripple. But so one of the ways that you can flesh out your cooking recipes list, if you're trying to, is look at some of the things you've already got made and say, are there likely to be other iterations of this particular item in the game, like ice cream? And as I say, I'm pretty sure lingonberry ice cream is one that I could do. So let's just try, because I've got the other berries all done. This is my LMC where I keep just random bits and pieces of ingredients and snowballs, importantly. But if you're somebody who is trying to find your way to recipes through the discovery method, or you don't want spoilers or stuff like that, this is probably the point in the stream where you might want to tune out, or maybe just stop paying such close attention, because I don't want to spoiler stuff for people who prefer to find all of this stuff on their own. If you're only half paying attention, to be honest, you probably won't get enough detail from a lot of the things that I'm doing anyway to just go and recreate them. But if you want to take this opportunity to do some cooking while I'm cooking, or go into your kitchen and try and make some of these things and fill out your recipe book as we go as well, you know, by all means, I'm all for that. Just please don't post the recipes in the Coterie Discord, or actually in the channel, like in text, because there are people who might be trying to actively avoid seeing that shit. and I would like to support them too. You have fried veg and yellow tea leaves. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure there's a few ice creams I don't have, including, for example, all of the saucy ones. That's something else on my radar that I could add a whole bunch in with. But for now, this is gonna be such a chaotic approach as well. I'm just gonna start identifying things that I know aren't in there, particularly the ones that are quicker to make, and see if we can just knock some out. I'm gonna end up with open containers all over the place, but I have this beautifully organised kitchen, in theory. Which should mean that I don't have to create too many of my ingredients from scratch. Like, I don't have fudge sauce in here, for example, but if I made myself some fudge sauce, I could unlock at least I think another 10 recipes just like that. So what I'm actually looking for is, where are my milks? Milks, sweet treats, soups, stews, bison milk. I'm going to need, I think, some of all of the milk kinds, because I also noticed, speaking of iterations of things you don't have, I also noticed that I've got, for example, I've got one of the kinds of clotted cream in there, which suggests to me, because it does specify what kind it is, I'm missing clotted sheep cream and just clotted cream. So we'll find out, but that's probably another couple of recipes that I could quite easily sweep up. So that was sheep. I'm also going to need cow, and I've got my I thought I had my fruit juices one opened, but maybe I don't. Where's my fruit juices? That one's down there. So I do already have lingonberry juice. Look at that. Let's unseal that. And because I'm going to be unsealing a lot of barrels today, I should probably stick a bunch of pegs in my inventory. My pegs are up here. So let's just get a pocket full of pegs. Might have to move a little bit closer. Yeah, I will have to move a little bit closer because the game is finicky and it's a different distance that I open it than it is a distance from which I can take things out. There we go. 20 pegs. So where was I? So we got some lingonberry juice. I've got Miss Snowballs just up there, and I also need some cream. And I said I needed to make clotted cream that wasn't bison, right? So let's do some sheep cream, and then also make some clotted cream while we're here, maybe. And that's normal cow milk, so we'll come back to that because I'm also going to need some for that too. You have a weird way of cooking. You just squeeze some milk out from your cows. Well, that's about as fresh as you can get it, I guess. None of these have been opened yet, so we'll just open any one of these. Doesn't really matter which. And so, like, I'm not going to be able to shout out every time, kind of cover your eyes if there's spoilers, but if in particular you're trying not to see sort of how recipes are made, because I can never remember quite off the top of my head, like, how do I get to clotted? Okay. So, first of all, let me get my tools out. Because I'm a cooking nerd, I actually carry my knife and my fork and my spoon on me most of the time, but the rest of my kitchen tools do generally actually live in my kitchen. So if we just pull those ones out for a start, and I'm also going to want a container to do some mixing in. So this might get a bit chaotic in terms of open windows. I'm very sorry about that. I don't actually want a larder, I want that one. My little snowman hiding in an oven, who is going to be going up in flames as soon as I light it. Sheep first aid. We're going to need our saucepans in a minute, but what I'm actually looking for is just like a pottery bowl or something. And also, very importantly, a measuring jug. Somewhere I must have a measuring jug. Let's just pull a couple of those out. Bramble steak and bake. Where are my measuring jugs? I've got one in my inventory at least. Let's use that one. So I can't remember the ratios for ice cream because it's been a little while since I did it. but let's try. The downside of cream is you have to use so much milk to get anywhere at all with cream. So if we do that, and let's start with, is it going to be a fork? Fork makes butter. Spoon? Spoon makes cream. Let's make some cream, and then it's going to tell me I don't have anywhere near enough cream, and then I'm going to have to make some more cream, and it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Very confusing to measure with volume-altering runes. Oh, wait, does that mess with the measurement that you then put on them? So if you select a measurement, does the volume-altering rune actually give you a different measurement than you intended? Because that's awful if so. And a very good reason to avoid those altogether. Okay, so I get about 25% of cream compared to the milk weight. And let's have a snowball. Now, what do I do? Do I put them in a bowl and mix, maybe? It's been a little while. And we want some lingonberry juice, but probably not that much. So, first of all, too much cream. So let's start with getting the cream right. So if we set volume to 200, it's not going to be quite enough, is it? Hang on. So if we pull out 100, it's saying that it wants 80 to 120. I wish it didn't pick such finicky amounts. Then again, I just wish that you could set measuring jugs to whatever you like. But I'm going to need some spare barrels. Spare barrels. Where's my empty barrels? Empties. Excellent. On the assumption that I have some cream left over. You know, I'm probably going to find, if I just look, it might be that I've already got some cream open in here somewhere. There's my fudge sauce. There's my whipped sheep cream. Apparently I don't have normal cream in there. So, barrel. Right. Let's put the excess cream in there. Now I think. Now if I do law on that. Okay, so now it would make vanilla ice cream. And I'm pretty sure. Yes. Thank you for the follow, Martin. I'm pretty sure I must have vanilla ice cream already in here, right? Tell me. Yes, okay. But what we want is lingonberry. So, don't know how much lingonberry it's going to want, but let's just try and see. Too much lingonberry juice. It actually wants next to nothing. So if we set that to 20 grams, this should add something new to my recipe book. And because I haven't yet got the recipe, it's not telling me what it will be, it's just saying this will work. Do we do it with a spoon? Do we do it with a hand? Create. Da-da-dam! Okay, there you go. So that is one method that you can find extra things if you're trying to fill out your cooking recipes. As I say, look at stuff that you've already made something of and say, what other iterations of this could there be? So I've got chocolate, I've got double chocolate, I've got the flake one, we've got maple, mint choc chip. Are there any berries that I'm missing here? We've got strawberry, we've already done, like raspberry ripple's already in there. I've just done the lingonberry. Am I missing a berry? I don't think there's like nut-based ice creams in this, but I wouldn't swear to it. Lingonberry tastes terrible. Yes, dyeable measuring jugs. I'd like to be able to dye beer steins as well. Like, because you can dye most of the other pottery goods, but beer steins are a really weird colour. I just want to be able to dye them beer colours. But what I did say was there's a bunch of saucy versions of ice cream that I don't yet have. So let me just, somewhere here is my magical chest. How much fudge sauce do I have? Not much. But if we just pull that out for a second, how much fudge sauce does one need to put with ice cream in order to make a saucy version of it? Maybe you don't add it onto the ice cream. Maybe you have to do it at the point that you make it. So let me just put that ice cream away before it starts to decay. Fancy foods. Should have closed my snowballs first. Right, that goes in there.
Oh my.
While I've got
That
these
makes me
open.
all quivery. Ooh.
Who's quivery? Saucy. Yes, saucy. Orange sherbet. I don't know. Are there sorbets in the game? Don't actually, but they would be made differently. They wouldn't be made
Time
with
for
cream,
science.
presumably. I don't have a sorbet unlocked, but we'll try that in a minute. But for now, let me just see if I can make it, because I don't think I've ever made a saucy version of anything, but I know that they exist. I haven't. So I suspect some things you make the basic version and then you add extra ingredients to it to make a newer version of it. Like, for example, the fricadella. To make fricadella with creamed cabbage, you make the fricadella first and then you add cabbage to it. Whereas some recipes, instead, you have to make the whole thing from scratch with the extra ingredients. I think actually fricadella is one of those ones that I need to get the creamed cabbage version in my cookbook, for that matter. But so I don't know, but let's find out if this is something that has to be created from scratch rather than something that you add stuff to. So let's take the fudge sauce back out for a minute. We only wanted like a teeny tiny amount of lingonberry juice in the end, so we'll put that there. And then I think 100 grams of cream was going to be sufficient, right? So if I do all of those and just law to make sure, right, so that would make lingonberry ice cream, which I've just made. If I now try and add fudge sauce into the mix and then law, so you make it all together, which means I just need to put it in my measuring jug first, which is already set to 100. So now I need more lingonberry juice. Right, that's all right. We can fix that. Look at that. Nothing going in my recipe book. Yeah. You've got 7 saucy ice creams. Okay, good to know. Good to know. So we've just got that one added to it. Let's just drop that one in an LMC as well before that starts to decay. So question is then, how many of the ice creams that I have can I make saucy versions of? Alas, because it's something that you have to make right from the beginning, not something that you add on to an already made, it means that I can't just go and, if I even have ice cream tucked away here somewhere, which I might not, can't just go and add stuff to it. But while I've got my lingonberry open, there's other things that I know that I can make that I haven't got. For example, I don't think I've ever made jelly. So I don't think I have not. There's no jelly in my recipe book. So let's have a go at doing that. Like I said, it's going to be so chaotic. So if we start with some gelatin, which is the obvious ingredient, we'll try for a pottery bowl. It might not be that, but you never know. Let's just throw some things in there and see. So it's asking me to add a raw fruit. So if we just drop a lingonberry in there rather than confusing it by trying to have too many different things, because I guess it probably won't like that. Where have I got lingonberries? Because they're a forageable. Actually, I probably don't have any high quality ones. I've probably only got middling quality ones. Not enough gelatin, not enough fruit juice. But it looks like it is going to make something. So I need another couple of those of the juice. And what did we say? We needed more of the gelatin as well. Same amount again. So where's my gelatin? If I put 2 more of those in, hopefully. I need to cook it in a cooker to make something. So let's pop it in. We're not doing affinity stuff, so to be honest, it doesn't matter which one it goes in. Let's pop it in the steak and bake. And use the solar cinder to light it. And also I'm going to close, or at least reduce the size on some of these, because these are kind of filling up my windows a little bit. So if we pop that one up there for now, we can make these ones smaller because we don't need those right now. Whilst that's cooking, and one of the nice things about the solar cinder is probably for most things, it might depend on the quality of your oven, because that affects how fast it heats up and the quality of the container. But I think the solar cinder should light something long enough for an item to cook. So if you're doing this kind of exploratory cooking, rather than either keep restarting your oven or just sticking a whole load of fuel on it, I should just be able to use my solar cinder to just start it up again whenever I need to. But while we're waiting for that, I said I needed clotted sheep cream, right? And for that, I don't know if there's a minimum quantity to make something clotted. There probably is, right? But maybe not, because even though this is only a teeny tiny amount, that might work. So we're watching this one here and this one here. I've no idea what you just said, Myra. Lingonberry jam, great with meatballs. You love the solar cinder as well. Yeah, I like it as well, Wendell. Like, I'm still miffed that even if you have kindling, you can't use it to start a campfire in the way that you would, because there are two ways to start campfires, right? You can do it with a kindling and wood scrap, and I can see why the solar cinder wouldn't replace that method. But you can also do it with a steel and flint and a kindling, and I don't know why in that circumstance you can't use a solar cinder on a kindling. There we go, we did in fact get jelly. Interestingly, it's just added jelly, not a particular type of jelly, which suggests maybe that's not one that has multiple iterations. Yeah, because it's not specified a fruit jelly. It's just popped it in there with any fruit juice. And I did it with lingonberries, but presumably I could do it with any other kind of fruit as well. I don't know if you could also do it with the citrus fruits and things. So that one probably hasn't got a bunch of other iterations. But there are other things containing fruit juices that I know I'm missing. So for example, I am sure I saw some sweets that I don't have. And I think they were like fruit drops. So if I were going to try and make those, I imagine I would be looking at something like water and sugar and a fruit juice. Maybe? But let's see. There we go. There's my clotted sheep cream. And it looks like you can do it even with a teeny tiny amount, which means whilst I'm here and before I forget, I should also do that with some cow milk. Let's open one that has already been opened before. So let's have that one. I should drink something again before somebody has to remind me. If I just move that over for a second. It can be a teeny tiny amount because I think currently have any use that I know of for clotted cream in things. So let's just do a titchy bit. 2 ways to make a campfire. Yes. You can do it with a wood scrap and a kindling, or a steel and flint and a kindling. Which is why it's weird to me that you can't use the solar cinder on the one where the steel and flint would be. So here you go. Wood scrap and kindling is one way. Steel and flint and kindling is the other way. So it's strange to me that the solar cinder doesn't work for that, because for people who are being like, oh, but it needs fuel, and you're taking some of the fuel out of the equation, you're not, because in the steel and flint and kindling one, there is no fuel in there. The kindling is the fuel, effectively. So why wouldn't it work for a solar cinder doing that? I can see why you couldn't do it if this were the only way. But the way that has a steel... Anyway. Minor quibble. Because it damages the steel and flint. So, but why does it damage the steel and flint when other uses of it don't? I mean, I don't mind that you don't get fire-making skill for the solar cinder. I don't care about that, having to use steel and flint in order to get a skill. Totally fine by me. It's just, it's one of those things that seems less logical. They're like, you know, so that you can start fires. And one of the places you might want to start fires where you haven't got steel and flint lying around is out and about in the wild, which is the one place that the solar cinder is basically no use to you whatsoever. It sort of it feels like a failure of the logic there somehow. Right, what was I doing? I got drops. I said I thought I should be able to create some kind of fruit drops, right? So, um, let's whoops. Let's have a look. If I grab my bowl, well, that's milk. That's not cream. I was like, why isn't anything happening to my milk? Right, let's. If we set that to 200, we're going to put that milk back in there. We're going to put some milk in there with it. Then, where's my spoon? Wood scrap and kindling was added alongside the crude tool system. Okay. Oh, you need a minimum of 600 in order to make cream, apparently. So, okay, let's set it up higher. And try again. So we're going to create some cream, then we're going to cook the cream, and then we'll have all of the clotted creams in my recipe book. So, whilst that's happening, fruit drops is the thing I said I wanted to try, right? And I know, don't let me grasshopper away, I know I've still got some more saucy things to do. I'll come back to those. It's just whilst I've got the lingonberry open, I'm like, what else could I do with the lingonberry juice whilst it's open? So yeah, I think we're probably looking at fruit or fruit juice or both, and sugar. Maybe water as well, but maybe if you have the fruit juice, you don't also need the water. So let's grab some sugar for a start. Somewhere I've got my pantry. There's my pantry. So what have we got in terms of sugar? Let's have a sugar. And it's probably going to be something that you cook from sweet making in real life. For most things that you cook, if you're not trying to fry them, mostly Wurm seems to put them in saucepans. So I don't know if I need to wait for that saucepan, but whilst we're here waiting for that cream to switch to clotted cream, which I hope it is going to, let me just... Yeah, that's going to turn into clotted cream, hopefully. Let's try putting it in something else for now and see. So if we put some sugar and some lingonberry juice, for example, assuming you can make it with any kind of fruit, might be that I can't, in there, do law on it. Items do not make any known recipe. Now, is it because you can't do it with lingonberry? Or is it because it's in the wrong container? Because often the law will tell you if this would work just in a different container. But sometimes it doesn't, so I don't trust that completely when I'm trying to do this. It might be that this actually isn't now getting hot enough. Let's put some wood on it anyway, rather than stop starting it. So let's just chuck some peat on there to keep it. Oh, I'm too far away. This is the downside. My beautifully laid out kitchen. After I did this, they tweaked something about the distances at which you could get things out of containers. There's my clotted cream. Hey! They tweaked something about distances that's just made it less good than it was. Okay, so if we get that burning, let's move the clotted cream out to somewhere. And let's try moving these down first of all. Oh! Wait. Did I make... Is that the jelly I made earlier? I suppose it must be. I didn't mean to leave it in there. Question is, can you just pull that out into your inventory, or is it a liquid? It's not a liquid! Right, don't mind me. So, let's just put my jelly somewhere. That can go in the sweet treats bit. Now, where was I? Where was I? Back in the steak and bake. In my frying pan, right. Sugar and lingonberry juice. Maybe it needs water. Maybe I should try water first, but I feel like it's going to be a saucepan rather than a frying pan, so I just want to try it there first. Look at that. Okay, so there's a good example of where sometimes the law will say you need this in a different container or you need to cook this in a different kind of oven. But maybe it doesn't tell you if you need a different container. Maybe it only tells you if you need to cook it in a different container, like in a different kind of an oven. But it looks like I am onto something, which means I don't need water. I've just got too much fruit juice. So if we pull that out and set this to 50 grams, and then try again. How about now? I don't know if this is going to make fruit drops. That was just my that was my beginning assumption about how you would make them. We'll find out. Maybe it will make something else entirely. So there are there other things that I think I needed fruit juices for? Maybe not. I did the jelly. Done the ice cream. I do need to do other kinds of ice creams to get the saucy versions, but I think that might be us done for lingonberry juice. You just made a campfire from kindling a wood scrap. Well, now you know. Now you know. Will be if I wait long enough. Hello, Tuflex. How you doing? Right. Okay. Let's find my pegs. Let's seal up the lingonberry juice and open up some others. Now we mentioned sorbet. I don't think I've ever seen a sorbet in the game. Let me just have a look at for the ice creams that I've got. Let's make that smaller for a start, while we just watch and see what that actually turns into. I don't think I've got ice creams that aren't berry ice creams, but let's see. So obviously I've got the chocolate ones. Lingonberry, strawberry, raspberry. So they're all the berry ones. And you don't generally get things like lemon and orange ice cream in real life. You get sorbets of those, but I don't think I've ever seen... Has anybody ever seen a sorbet? There are sorbets. Okay. Clearly, then, that's something that I'm missing. So, but they shouldn't have cream in, right? Okay. So, let's start with a snowball and some fruit juice that isn't a berry and go from there. Let's try that. So, what have I just done? Something just fritzed. But Crim hasn't crashed. And the stream still looks alright, so hopefully we're okay. Right, what was I doing? Okay, so let's try with apple, for example. If I open up this one, I might not even have to seal it again, because goodness knows where these have come from. Some of these are ones I've juiced myself. Some of them are just... Like, when I come across a fallen deed... why isn't that opening properly? Now Crim might have just crashed. When I come across a fallen deed and I find somebody's kitchen with a load of like sealed fruit juices or condiments or stuff like that, I make out like a bandit with those because I'm like, hee, more things for my kitchen. But it does mean that my kitchen has some stuff that is of varying qualities in it. And Crim has indeed just crashed, even though we didn't have any other tunes running and I didn't have Chrome open. I don't know what's going on. Okay, so Wendell, maybe it isn't... I've been blaming my PC, but maybe this is a worm thing. Maybe it's, I don't know, something about that patch, or we'll just boot it back up and in. Should be alright. My PC, I think, is also struggling though, because I've had those couple of like whole system freezes, and I guess that could be caused by Worm. But the trouble is, because I haven't been in Worm much for the last week or two, because there's been a load of other stuff going on, and that's unusual for me, I don't know if this is just a thing since the patch or if this is something I would have also been observing a week ago, and of course it's closed all my windows. No. Right. That's okay. That's okay. So we're going to want snowballs. I didn't get to see if I got my what my thing made, if it made anything. What were we in? Saucepan? Okay, now this is exciting because it did make fruit drops, but again, it made a specific fruit drops. So the question is, it's just bloody crashed again. The question the question is, I was going to say, is if I look in my cookbook, does it have them in my cookbook as fruit drops or as lingonberry drops? Because that'll tell me if there might be other iterations or not. But yeah, she has just outright just crashed straight back out again, and I don't know why. Let's just have a look again at Task Manager. 48% memory utilization at the moment. So let's just try and get it back in. And see what it spikes to when she does. So it's 37% memory utilization when I don't have a Wurm client open. I'm just looking to see if it's causing like a memory spike or something. But no, it's adding 10%, so I'm now up to 47% memory and 10% CPU usage. So it shouldn't be that it's shorting out the system. Maybe it is just Wurm struggling with something. Yeah, I could log her in on a different profile. It might mean that it's less pretty to look at, but if we get another crash in quick succession, I'll log her onto a slightly lower resolution client. It just won't be quite as nice to see. But on the other hand, we're not really looking at graphics right now. We're mostly doing science. So, third time lucky. I hope it's not the saucepan that breaks it. So I've got the lingonberry drops. I wanted to check what did I actually put it in my cookbook as. Okay, so this looks like one of the many exceptions in the cooking system, where there is only one recipe associated with it, but when you make an iteration of it, it names the iterations differently. So I can make various different kinds of drops, but there probably aren't other recipes that I can unlock with this method. Because it's saying I can make these with any of these juices, and they are all fruit drops. It's just the actual item itself tells you the specifics. So probably no more scope in that, but it has added something else to my thing. We're up to 477 now. Did I already close this? Maybe I did. Yes. So let's just shuffle those over to storage in my LMC. Let's put it in sweets and treats. We were going to go and try and make sorbet. So, third time lucky. Fruit juices. I think I just opened up an apple juice, right? Yeah, okay. Oh, that's a very damaged apple juice as well. Why is that even sealed? See, this makes me think it's one of those things that they've just picked up from somewhere. Let's not use that one. Let's pull that one out and open up a different one. We've got another low quality one here. This one might also be awful if it was just randomly picked up from somewhere. But I can always squeeze some fresh. Okay, it's not damaged, it's low quality, but to be honest, I don't care because we're only doing science. So let's have that one. And let's try, we make ice cream in a bowl. So let's try for sorbet in a pottery bowl as well. Doesn't really matter which one. So if we get some snowballs, try and do it that way. So a snowball and any amount. Oh, it's moved everything in my inventory as well. Oh, we hates it. Let's just shuffle those up a little bit. Shuffle those up. Don't forget that I'm carrying around my fudge sauce. Right, so apple juice in my measuring jug. Put that in there and let's just see what that says. There you go. There is sorbet in the game. But I don't have enough fruit juice in there. So, what did I have my measuring jug set to? 50, I think. So let's try now. Look at that. All right, so I'm going to set that volume to 100. Can you make saucy sorbet? Is that a thing? Let's find out. Let's find out. So if we put some of that in there, let's take the sorbet out now that we know that we can do sorbet. Hang on. I really need these to be the other way round. So if I just take those snowballs out temporarily, I might regret this because they might all immediately decay. If I just take those out and then drop those back in, snowballs are down the bottom. Really just what I wanted was to be able to drop stuff in that sweets category while I've got one of the snowballs ones open. So if we put those in there, we used apple juice and we used a snowball. That would have made the sorbet, right? With those amounts. And then if we stick some fudge sauce in there, hopefully it will tell us if it is possible to make a saucy version of this, although it sounds awful. Fudge sauce on apple sorbet sounds wrong. You never know till you try. Looks like you can't make a saucy version. Okay. When things are hard, do the T-pose setting. I might have to. Okay. Gonna keep the apple juice around because I might need it for something. What other fruit juices have we got kicking around if I close this? We've got raspberry, we've got blueberry. Right, let's have that. Unfortunately, all of my raspberries are really very full barrels, but that maybe can't be helped. What about strawberry? Let's have a look at that. Just enough. So we've got a strawberry juice, and I just picked up one of these. Let's unseal that one as well. And let's see if we can make these with other kinds. Now, I don't know if I can make, because I don't know if it's an either or with ice cream or sorbet. I can make strawberry ice cream. I don't know if that means I therefore can't make strawberry sorbet. But there is a cream component in ice cream that isn't present here, so it wouldn't hurt to try and just see. So if we put strawberry juice in there of the same amount we would have done with the apple juice, you can make berry sorbets too. Oh boy. I might get there on ice cream alone, you know. Did that? Oh, wait, hang on. So that didn't add anything new. Is sorbet then one of the ones that is just one recipe instead of several? Maybe unlike the... Yeah, it is. Look at that. Okay, so fruit sorbet is just one recipe, whereas the ice creams are each their own kind. So that's good to know. On the plus side, it means I don't now need to go through making all of the other iterations of sorbet. Let's just pop that one out. Sorbet. Go in there. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to making some saucy ice creams whilst I've got some of these open. So, right, let me find stuff super quick. Right, so snowball, and let's do some blueberry. And then importantly, we need some cream. Let's just convert this whole one, where's my spoon, to cream. Because we are going to need a bit of cream to do this. There's my spoon. On the plus side, there are some things in cooking where if you try and convert a whole barrel at once, you waste it because you can only make like a kilo of something at a time or whatever. Thankfully, milk and cream is not one of those things. So you can just open up a 45 kilo barrel of milk and convert it to cream, and you will get 10, 11, about 12 kilos. You get about 25% of the volume of milk you then get as cream. So we've now got a shitload of cream over here. I can't remember now what the measurements were, but let's just have a look and see what that says. Too much blueberry juice. So it's the blueberry juice I need a minimal quantity of in this one. What did we say? Between 16 and 24. Now here's where it would be really useful to have a second measuring jug. Normally I've got several, but they've gone walkabouts. I used to have 5 or 6 in this kitchen, and I don't know where they've all gone. They might all be over at Calvert's place from when we were die making. I'm going to hold him accountable anyway. So we want that much blueberry juice. The rest can just go back to wherever it came from. Let's try again. So this will now make blueberry ice cream. I am just gonna, you know what? I am just gonna look and see if I've got
What's
a
that you
second,
say? Slap Calvert?
a second measuring
go
jug
on
here.
then.
Yeah. I don't know where they've all bloody gone. And I don't think I don't want to go and close all my windows to go and get some clay to just make myself a couple more measuring jugs. Have I got any on shelves, maybe? Hang on. Let's just close some of these down. Have I got any just being decoration around here? I'm not sure that I do, you know. I think it's mostly just bowls and things. And I can't see any reason that I would have clay here, but I am just going to check because it's going to bug me. Otherwise, clay? No. Although I feel like there probably should be things that you cook by wrapping them in clay and then sticking them on a campfire, but I don't think I've come across one yet, because that is a baking technique, like a cooking technique, in the real world. But I don't think it's one that I've seen in Wurm. Yeah, I don't. If anybody's standing nearby some clay or has a bunch of spare measuring jugs and wants to mail them to me, though, you're very welcome to do so. But for now, this is going to be too little fudge sauce, I think, but we'll just put it in and see. There you go. So not enough fudge sauce. That needed to be back up at about 100 grams. So if we pop that one back in there, pop that in there, hopefully now we can create. Why is it still not enough? Hang on. Oh, I also didn't have enough blueberry juice. Did I try and put 20 grams of blueberry juice in there instead of 100? I'm sure it only said 20. Maybe the blueberry juice requirement has gone up because I've added the fudge sauce. Because that's another thing that makes the cooking system a bit finicky. The liquids are often the amount of liquid you need is based on, it's like a percentage of the total solid ingredients in there, which means when you add extra things into it, all of your liquid requirements then change. But that's all right. So let's put the stuff that we've got already in there because that's already set to 100. Let's try this again. And now this looks like it is a different item, so hopefully this is going to add a different thing to my recipe book. And it did. And it did. So we're onto something there. There's loads. There's probably loads of those that I could do, and I haven't even got them all open. Right, that's blueberry. Let's do it with strawberry. And on the plus side, if I'm adding the fudge sauce in, does that mean I can stop changing measurements on my measuring jug? Is that just going to be sufficient now? I think most of them are coming out at asking for around about 100. What am I missing? Cream. Maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe this will start to go quicker if that's the case. Yes. Okay. So these are actually less fiddly than they might be once you know it. Because you can have 100 grams of each of your fudge sauce, your cream, and your juice, plus a snowball. Done. Can't do it with apple. Can do it with raspberry. Let's just open up a raspberry one. Let's have the lower quality one because we're just doing testing. So if we move that one, then hopefully we can do exactly the same with this one. If you can make a saucy raspberry ripple, because there's no raspberry ice cream, it just goes to raspberry ripple. We'll see. Yeah, there's a recipe that requires leather, there's one that requires lye, there are ones that require all sorts. It's just kind of like the clay baking. I don't think there's any that, like, because there are some things that you wrap in leaves as well to cook, and I don't think I've come across one of those in Wurm, but there are some weird and wonderful recipes in Wurm buried deep in there. What am I missing? The snowball. Yep, can make saucy raspberry ripple. There we go. There's another one. Ding, ding, ding. Presumably, you can probably make saucy versions of the chocolate ice creams as well. I can't remember how much of a pain in the arse they were to make, so if you don't like seeing recipes, close your eyes for a couple of minutes, because I am just going to go and actually look at the detail in my chocolate ice cream recipes. Bug gut stew, yep, that's one that I know about, but I don't think is yet in my book. Okay, so cream versus... Okay, I might be able to do the chocolate ones while I'm here. I think it's going to hinge on whether or not I already have some chocolate made, because I don't really want to go to the trouble of making extra chocolate. And I probably do if I go around the corner and have a look at my Halloween supplies. I've got some cocoa there. Oh, chocolate. Look at that. All right, we can do the chocolate versions as well if they exist. So let's have two of those. Close that one back up. So for chocolate ice cream, I've already made the chocolate ice creams, but I'm going to try and make saucy versions of one or both of them. You did that once and had the wrong setting of your oven and the pork chops turned to leather. You sent me 2 jugs. Thank you, Myra. Has there been a pop-up that I've missed, or have they not yet? Oh, yes, you did. Good lass. And there's the pop-up telling me I've got imps. Thank you, Myra. You are a blessing. So, right, so let's try the double chocolate version first, which is going to need a snowball and probably some cream again, because it's ice cream. Which was the one I started with? Was it that one? Yeah. Is that... Needs... Oh my god, that needs shitloads of cream. 1 kilo of cream. Oh, it's the chocolate. This is going to be one of those things where it kicks you, right? Because the chocolate is quite weighty. Now, just for science, because I've got a few chocolates there, I'm just going to try something. Maybe don't try this at home. But let's just try... How fast do I eat chocolate? Not that fast. And I am hungry. I'm just going to nibble this down and see if that reduces the cream requirement, because I think it probably will. So what was it asking for before? It wanted 720 to 1080. It might tell me that I haven't got enough chocolate, but no, look at that, it's reduced the cream requirement. Nice. Okay, so let's set, if we rename that one, that's currently set at 100 grams. Let's set this one to 500. And just rename it so that I remember. And top this one up with less cream than I otherwise would have had to spend. How about now? Okay, that's now going to make double chocolate ice cream. Now I'm going to try and drop some fudge sauce in there. But if it's treating it as a liquid, it might also need a ridiculous amount of fudge sauce, and this might scupper me. Yeah, look at that. I'm going to have to end up making more fudge sauce, aren't I? Because I'm not going to have enough. And unless I run some more people in here to go and nibble down my chocolate, not sure there's a way around it. So we might just have to make more fudge sauce. If you don't want to know how fudge sauce is made, close your eyes for a minute or look away, tab away, do whatever you like. I'm opening up the wrong recipes entirely. I think it's just... God, it's such a pain in the arse to make as well. Cream. What are my options here? I really don't want to cook up more fudge sauce now if I don't have to. My options are, I tell you what, I can do not the double chocolate version, and I can pick up the double chocolate version at a later point, because I should just be able to take that out to make the chocolate version. Now, of course, I've got too much cream, but that's all right. So let's do this one to 200 for now. because now, without the chocolate, it wants sort of 250-ish, 300. We've already got, what, we've got 500? More than 500? We've actually got 600 grams in there of cream. If I pull that back out, let's do 200 in that one. And we're also going to do 200 in the 100 to save changing too many dials too many times. And then I should be able to do just another 200 of the fudge, I think. Fingers crossed. Yeah. You're adding or trying to add a lump of rare wires to items, and you're getting a parade of drum rolls and swirlies. Well, as you chip down that very large item, you mean? Yeah, you just get like constant MOI swirls. Okay, saucy chocolate ice cream, which suggests I can indeed also do saucy double chocolate ice cream, but I'm not going to do it right now. So, because like I say, I don't think I'm short of things to cook. What I'm trying to do mostly is sweep up a load of things that I can do quite easily with things I've already got here. So that might be the end of my saucy adventures for now. But fear not, there are many, many more things. So let's just put the chocolate back. And the cocoa for now. That probably, in fact, the chocolate should have gone in the ingredients rather than in the finished foods, because otherwise I'm going to struggle to find it again. I haven't got much fudge sauce left, but let's. Did that come out of a pottery jar? I think it probably did, didn't it? Let's put the fudge sauce away for now, because I can't imagine there's going to be other recipes that I need fudge sauce in today. You never know. And I've still got my fruit juices open. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I might want fruit juices for. There's no more sorbets to make. I think I've made all of the ice creams that I can make. I didn't try making apple ice cream, but my assumption is that you can't. But tell you what, let's just, rather than assuming, let's just double check. I feel like this is something I would have tried when I made all of my original ice creams. But just in case, it won't hurt while we're here to just double check it. So if you could do it, yeah, you can't. It's just the berries. So let's put that one back. I did all my clotted creams earlier. Now, having said there's several iterations of clotted cream, what I didn't check is, have I also got all of the whipped creams, for example, and all of the other kinds of creams? So let's have a look. We've now got 3 different clotted creams in there. We've got a few different kinds of icing. We've obviously got all of the normal creams because everybody's got those. Oh, there you go. The whipped creams are ones that everybody has anyway. I feel like... Is there such a thing as double whipped cream in this? So this is a recipe that everybody's got. Let's just for argument's sake, let's just have a look. So if we put some... It's probably going to want a larger amount. And you use a fork for whipping. So if I create whipped cream, can I then do anything else with it? Not with a fork, not with the spoon. Does anybody know of anything else that you can do with... I can't remember if I've seen double whipped cream or not. I might just be imagining stuff up here. Also, I tell you what else I haven't got. I don't think I've got mayonnaise in my recipe book yet. Let's have a look. I don't. That's probably something I should add. So... There's also some custard things that I don't have in there as well. Cream. So, anybody know whether there's a double whipped cream in this? Like a double cream? I suppose it might be a double cream rather than double whipped cream, but I've no idea how you would go about making that since cream is done directly. All the puddings too. There's loads of puddings that I don't yet have. Loads. Tell you what, let's just have a nosy through some of the things I have got made. So for example, I've got custard here. I know there's some custard based things that I haven't yet made. You don't think there's a double cream, Myra? Okay. Might be barking up the wrong tree. There. Let's. We got any empty jars there? No. Is that an empty jar? No. I need something to put my whipped cream in. I'll stick it in an empty barrel for now, even though it's a tiny amount, and that bugs me. At least it can just live there for now. So custard. I know there's several custard things in the game. I've done custard creams. I've got custard tart. I think there's a custard pie, though. And because of the way worm logic works, I'd imagine that a custard pie is therefore made with pastry. Have I got pastry already made anywhere? Got some butter, although only one butter left apparently. Madoon would be... Oh no, I've got some sheep butter. I've got some cake mix there. I ought to make some biscuit mix as well, because I'm sure that there's some biscuits that I'm missing. Out of interest though, what cakes have we got? I'm going to grasshopper all over the place now, aren't I? What cakes? Speaking of pudding, I have got quite a lot of cakes, in fairness. I don't think I've got them all though. And I'm pretty sure I'm missing some muffins. So close your eyes if you don't want to see recipe details, just for a second. Okay, it is cake mix that I want. I'm just gonna, just bear with me a second. I feel like there are some iced things that I haven't made, and this might be one of them. That was my clotted cream. Don't know where that's going to go right now. That can just go in there. That's my clotted sheep cream. Here's me just shuffling them all around into other things. Let's just stick them in the cake tins for now. I think it might be then something like that. That's going to make something when cooked. Some kind of iced cake or iced muffin, maybe? We'll find out. But that was me grasshoppering, wasn't it? That was me grasshoppering. I said that I thought I could make some kind of custard pie. And my assumption is it's going to need custard and it's going to need pastry. So let's make some pastry, since I don't seem to have some stashed away. Pastry is a recipe that everybody knows, so there's no spoilers here. Flour, salt, water, butter in a pottery bowl.
Uh-oh. My grasshopper brain hopped away.
It absolutely
What was I saying?
hopped away, yes. And I've just as soon as I said it, then forgotten. Flour, salt, water, butter. Right. We had a load of sheep butters there, so let's yoink some of those. And then what else did I say? Flour, salt, and water. So let's open up one of the big ones again. Thank you. Flour. Thankfully, I've got quite a good stash of flour. Sometimes recipes are finicky about which of these you use, and sometimes they're not, but fuck it, let's try with a non-standard flour. And if it doesn't like it, I'll switch back to a standard one. I also wanted salt, right, to make pastry. And then water, but I don't yet know how much water. So if we put all of these in one of these pottery bowls, then we'll see, I'm sure. So 1 and 1 and 1. And one of my water barrels, like that one. That'll do. Let's try with 100 grams and see what it says. Oh, something just got added. It made an iced muffin. Ta-da! Made another one! You can cook with flowers, yes. You know that's not the kind of flour that I meant. I'm pretty sure I've got several of the flour recipes. I don't know if I've got all of them. What was I doing? Yes, law. Not enough water, so that one's 500 grams. Okay, that's easy, because we've already got a 500 gram one set. So is that now going to be sufficient? Great, that's going to make me pastry. So let's just whip up some pastries. Then, of course, I'm going to find that the custard pie does not need pastry at all. But I tell you what, before I whip up oat pastries, because it is designating it as an oat pastry, not just a pastry, just in case that's going to throw something off. I suppose if it's a pie, it should be in a pie dish, right? Probably. Probably, maybe. Let's try in a pie dish. So let's pop a pastry in there, and let's pop an amount of custard in there. Let's go for the 500 again and just see if that does anything at all. It's going to do something, but it needs a lot more custard. And I don't think I'm going to be able to nibble my pastry down. Oh, a little bit, but not enough. Clearly I need a kitchen full of alt nibblers. Right, twice as much custard. Thankfully, I've got an amount of custard made, so that's not too terrible. So, yeah, it just needs cooking. So let's pop that one in the bramble steak and bake. See what that one pops out as, and I'm hoping that's going to be a custard pie. And it looks like it didn't mind it being oat pastry, so let's just knock up some more of those while we're here, because there probably are other things I'm going to need pastry for, and if not, they can quite happily go in my ingredients LMC for future baking adventures. The only other thing I needed was water. Hire a ruffle to stand there eating my ingredients. Well, funnily enough, I understand that Madoon has done exactly that. He made something the other day. In fact, I think it was was it a cheesecake that I had out on the side. He made a cheesecake. He unlocked a recipe for a cheesecake that requires so many ingredients you can't actually fit it in the receptacle you're supposed to make it in. So he had him and Ruffle and all of their alts nibbling down some of the ingredients until they would fit. Hey, look at that! Custard pie! Da-dum! Right, let's move those out before I forget about them. So that's another thing added. The iced muffin's another thing added. What am I up to? 484. Almost halfway there. Almost. Have I done those right? Yes. Let's just make up those pastries. One pastry. Two pastries. And another couple. See, I think one of the things that makes... There's a lot of things that makes the cooking system frustrating. But I do enjoy the cooking system. And I think a lot of my kitchen setup is designed to try and take away some of the frustrations that make me fall out of love with it, if you like. And so one of those is, for example, batch making a bunch of tricky ingredients and just storing them in an LMC nearby. Because the cooking system gets a lot more frustrating when, in order to bake something, you first have to make 4 or 5 different things first, all of which require a different tool or a different container, or they need cooking first, and it just makes it really long and drawn out. Whereas if you quite enjoy cooking and you can be bothered to do it, going and batch making yourself a bunch of those kinds of ingredients that need pre-cooking first then makes it a much more pleasurable experience to sit here just sort of like pulling things out of cupboards and shelves and assembling them and seeing. And I'm only having to make like the occasional thing that I haven't already got stashed away in stock, and in that way it's sort of like I don't mind making the odd bits and pieces. I didn't want to go and make a load of fudge sauce because it is kind of a ball ache to make. It means opening up one of my maple barrels and making up more cream and all sorts of stuff. But knocking up a few extra pastries, yeah, that's good by me. Okay, so we've now got some extra pastries. We've done our custard pie, made an iced muffin. Might be other things. I've got more mail. Might be other things that I can do. Oh, thank you. Now, you know what I meant to check? I meant to check whether I've got some human meat stashed. It might be in one of the boats, but I'm just going to look in the cupboards because Myra has sent me this, I think, because she's identified quite correctly that I've not yet made a hot dog in Wurm. So did I just pick that one up, or did I just close the window where I could? No, I didn't pick it up yet. So, a hot dog. Let's make a hot dog. Have I got... It's rare that I don't have a bunch of bread baked, but you know what? I might not at the moment. If we close that one, we've got some slices of bread. So, don't know if it's going to be one or two, but my assumption is that for a hot dog, I don't know if you're going to need condiments and things. But for cold stuff, generally speaking, what you need to do is put it on a plate. Which begs the question, where the hell are my plates? I was sure that I had wooden plates on the table here. Obviously, they're not something I can keep in the oven. Unless, have I put them in the LMC with something on them? It's always possible. So we've got flasks, we've got pet bowls, jugs. One of my measuring jugs is in there, but not my plates. Wonder if I've got any logs up here to just chop a couple of plates off of. If not, I'll just have to let the windows close and go pick some up. I suspect I probably haven't got any whole logs in here. No. No. Yeah, they do decay, but they don't decay that fast, I don't think. And I'm somebody who tends to go around you fueling my custard habits. Thank you, Myra. Wait. Let's try that again. I thought I just accidentally sent it back. Thank you, Myra. Let's pop this down here for a second. Right, I'm gonna go and... Ooh, I'm heavy. Is that because I'm carrying 45 kilos of raspberry juice by any chance? No, I don't think I am. Okay, so what I am going to do before I wander away and grasshopper completely, I'm going to reseal the things that I opened, because that's what I got a bunch of pegs for. So let me just do that, and then I'm going to go and get myself a log, make myself a few plates, because either these have decayed or possibly I've put them in our glamping kit for when Ruffle and I go glamping or something like that. And then I'm going to make a hot dog before I forget. And since I'm going to walk away from all this anyway, I'm going to go and see if there's any human meat tucked in one of the boats in just a second. But first, before any of that, where did I put my pegs? There they are. They're right there, staring me in the face. So let's seal that one up. Let's seal that one up, even though it's only a tiny amount. What I ought to be doing, actually, is putting small... Where I've got these teeny tiny amounts of fruit juices, I ought to get into the habit of using my alchemist's cupboards for those. But because I haven't yet, I'm worried that if I put them in there now, I will forget that I've done it. I need to do it as part of a more kind of deliberate shift in the way I store stuff. Because that's what I do with my dyes. So let's pop that one and that one in there. I'm going to keep the milk out for now because there's probably quite a lot of things I'm going to use those in. It's just the fruit juices. I'm missing a load of, for example, the fruit gins, but if we're desperate, if we don't make it to 300, I don't think we'll struggle. I could always go back and make a load of the fermenting fruit gins to put those in there. But for now, I think I'm going to put the juices down. I'm still carrying a bunch of milk and cream, but that's all right. Let's go and get... First of all, let me just see if I've got human meat anywhere here. I don't even know how I would have got it. I assume I'd have got it from a lib person butchering player corpses in an arena or something like that. It would have been a strange circumstance because I don't have that much of it. I just know that I had a bit somewhere, and I think there's a different version of a hot dog if you've got access to human meat. So I'm just looking quickly to see if I have got some stashed here, and if not, I'll go find it. Got humanoid. Yeah, I don't think it's here. If I've got it, let me just check my 100 quality one but I wouldn't have thought the stuff that I got would be that high quality. No, right. So we're just going to go and have a nosy in the boats. The reason I think it might be in the boats is because I think I ended up chucking some of it in my taming crate at an Impalong to bring back, and I just never transferred it.
Stop it.
I'll check the boat first, then I'll get a log on the way back so I can cut off some plates. And then we're going to make some hot dogs, and maybe we'll move on to some of like the meatier things. We've done quite a few sweet things. A Frankfurter. That would have been a great name for it, Massa. Cannibal Crim. Yep, yep, yep. This is one of those ones that it's a more unusual recipe, and I think it's possibly one that a lot of people don't know about or don't have it in their recipe book unless somebody else has given it to them. So I'm kind of like, I'm trying not to say too much about it because I don't want to spoil it if there's somebody here who's trying to avoid the bigger spoilers. But if I can find it, and then if I can make it, if you're watching, you'll see when I make it. So now you know. One of my boats is currently over on Exodus, and it's possible it's in that one. That might have to be one that waits for another day. That might have to be one that waits for another day. But I'll grab a log, and we'll go and make ourselves hot dogs, at least. Having said that, like I confidently said, I don't think I've got hot dogs in here, but I don't think I checked. I don't. Also, there's a couple of things in this. I don't know if they're quirks in the system or if it's where there was an old recipe for something and then they brought in the cooking system. But there are a couple of things like hot chocolate where there are 2 different hot chocolates in the game. And that's also true of things like casseroles. And one of the things that I know is missing, and I know how to make the other versions, but I hadn't clocked till I saw someone who had both, that there were 2 versions of a few things in the game. So I think those are some that I can also add to my recipe book. We might just go and try and hit a few of those in a minute. So let's go for a higher quality log. All my high quality logs are actually down in the warehouse, but any of these will do, quite frankly. So if we have one of those, it won't hurt to leave a log over in the cooking den. I still think Frankfurter's a good name, though. It would be a good pick. Some of the recipes that I knock up today might be ones that are nameable recipes, but because I already have a named recipe on release, I'm not at risk of like taking some of the few remaining named recipes out of the pool if I cook those up. So they would just then go into my recipe book as with a plus after them. And if you have any recipes that you've seen in your recipe book that maybe you've learned from other people or something that you see have a plus, let me see if I can find one. Can I search by plus? Yes. So these are recipes that are nameable, but appear not to have yet been named on this server. So, but if you ever see a plus after a recipe, that's what it means. That means it's one of the ones which will take on a player's name the first time somebody makes it on that server. Except for that one time that they reset them all and everybody lost their named recipes, but you know, that was a while ago. So is it carving knife? Or is it tools, cooking? No, it is indeed. Yeah, it's a carving knife. So let's just make a few plates. Don't need very many, but I'll just do 2 or 3 and then stick the rest of the log up in there. Also frustrates me that I can put materials in from this distance, I just can't take them out. Now these aren't super high quality. At some point I need to go and imp myself some up. But let's just pop a couple there so I have got them handy when I need them. The reason that I went to get a plate though for all of that was to see if I can make myself a hot dog. Is it going to need 1 or 2 slices of bread? Don't know. Looks like it only wants 1. Is this going to be it? Hot dog! Thanks, Myra. Which does specifically require a canine sausage. That's how you make a hot dog. So there we go. There's another one added to my cookbook. Let's put the hot dog away somewhere. don't know that it really fits in any of these. Let's just stick it in there for now. So I was talking about things of which there are a couple of different ways to make it. Like, for example, hot chocolate. So the way that I've got is using actual chocolate, but I think you can also make it with cocoa, and I think it's a different recipe, but it's just also called hot chocolate, confusingly. So let me think. I think one's milk and chocolate, and the other one is cocoa and either milk or it might be water. Actually, it might. Yeah. Okay, I had some cocoa in here somewhere, right? So let's just try. I said the version that I've got. The version that I've got is the chocolate one, right? Yes. So let's try a cocoa. And I'm going to try water first because I think that they are entirely different ingredients, not just one's cocoa and one's chocolate. So let's just try like 200 grams of water. Just see. Look at this. It's gonna do it. So actually it just needs loads more water, but thankfully water is not in short supply. So 1, 2, 3 of those. Let's pop it in a cooker and see if it adds hot chocolate again to my cooking recipes. Chocolate pizza. Not that I know of, but there is a dessert pizza. And I do already have that in here. So I guess we're about to find out, but I'm pretty sure that there are two versions of them in the game. I also like I think there's a bunch of things like vinegars and stuff that I haven't made as well. Yeah, like I haven't made like rice wine vinegar, for example. Do I know how to make that? I always feel like vinegar's kind of a pain to make because don't you have to then do more fermenting to do it? I think it's probably not something to try and do right now, but I wouldn't swear to it. I think vinegar's probably not a thing to try and do on stream. You're walking the limits of edible for recipes and science, not to. I mean, that's true. That's true. I don't think I've ever seen a whiff of a chocolate pizza, and pizza is quite a complex one in Worm. It has a lot of different ingredients, so it's a harder one to experiment your way towards. Wait, hang on. What was I was meant to be watching my hot chocolate to see if it hot chocolated. It's not there yet. So we're just waiting to see if this adds a new hot chocolate, basically. Why not a chocolate hot dog? Because I don't think it's in the game, but it could be. Like, you could take your hot dog and try adding other things to it and just trying lore. And in fact, that's how the discovery method works, right? You either take something you've already created or you take the ingredients that would make something you already know how to create and you try adding something else to it. For the most part, though, most of the recipes in Worm are following some kind of real world recipe. There are some exceptions, like the human hot dogs, but for the most part, it's sort of that's sort of look. There are 2 hot chocolates in the game, so now there's the second one. And you wouldn't know that. If you'd seen hot chocolate in somebody else's recipe book, you would just assume it's the one you know. And it's only when I saw somebody who had 2 that I clocked that there were some recipes where there's a duplicate and it's not named differently. Yeah, it only messes with the affinity button. So the water, the named waters don't seem to fuck with anything in terms of lore or creation. It is just the affinities that come out of them. So thankfully I can largely ignore it unless I'm trying to do affinity foods. Okay, I'm not going to try and do dinners now done the hot chocolate. There are some other basic ones, though, that I know exist in the game that I haven't done. Like, for example, there's a bunch of cocoa-based ones, and it starts with raw cocoa beans, and I think there's like at least 3 or 4 recipes I can unlock here. So let me just check. I don't think I've got any of the cocoa. I've got hot cocoa, I've got coconuts. I don't think I've got any of the cocoa sub-recipes, so let's just go and try and unlock a bunch of those. Probably the wiener. You set up your cart for Christmas fragmenting. Nice, 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 nice. Right, cocoa beans, cocoa beans. These require foraging or picking. My gardening is not great, so the best I've probably got are going to be in the 50s. Although I have cacao beans, is it going to treat them the same? I don't even know now. Let's find out. Let's have 5 of those. I don't know, because I think it's raw cocoa beans that I'm after. And we had this with something the other day. Oh, I'm not quite close enough. We had this with something the other day, right, when we were out on glamping adventures, where I was like, I don't know if it treats these two as interchangeable or if I actually need to be using cocoa beans specifically. One makes the other, right? Do you cook one and turn it into the other? Or vice versa? Anybody remind? Do you know what? It's in here, isn't it? Cocoa beans. How do we make cocoa beans? Yeah, okay. We roast cacao. I do have a campfire in here, happily. So I need one of my roasting dishes. Frustratingly, I might need all my roasting dishes because I think this is one of those things that you can do 1 per dish. So let's just pop some of these in here. Make some raw cocoa beans. Presumably I'm not going to be able to start this one with my solar cinder. Oh no, you can. You can't create the campfire, but you can light it with your solar cinder. So that's good to know at least. I don't then have to also have a backup steel and flint here. Let's just grab some wood scrap to stick on it. I'm going to need to be closer than that. Right. So we're going to make ourselves some raw cocoa beans. And then there's a collection, like I say, of like cocoa, like there's a cocoa liquor and a cocoa paste and a cocoa butter. And there might be another one. And I think they all come from these humble beginnings. So I'm just going to try and get those because that's going to smash a load more out if I can get those. So if we burn that one, what are we up to? 486. Cacao nibs. I don't know, you know. That would be a nice one, wouldn't it? How would you make those, though? Some combination of chocolate and cocoa or... Yes, the coconut is not a nut. But it does need cocoa. Right, we're just going to let those cook. Tell you what, have I got anywhere to put that hot chocolate? What do you mean it won't fit? Oh, I've already got clotted cream in my pottery jar. Clearly I'm going to need some more places to put things. Can I fit? Tell you what, can I? Can the clotted cream fit in my flask? Yes. Will the flask fit in there? Yes. Good. Hot chocolate in there? Also yes. Excellent. Right, back to my campfire. But see, but that just turned into roasted cocoa beans, and I thought I needed raw cocoa beans. So how do you get raw... Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe they count as raw? Right, let's have those. Cocoa beans, roasting dish, cacao beans. And yet it's not actually making cocoa beans. It's making roasted cocoa beans, which is not the same thing, Wurm. Now, we don't want to grind them, because that's what makes cocoa. I wonder if we can use them in a press. We can't use them in a press because a press isn't a container. And I don't think you can just use it on them. A fruit press is a container, though. I don't think I've ever tried putting anything that's not fruit in a fruit press, but let's try. No, doesn't like that. But is it because they're roasted rather than raw? I am using a campfire, yes, Massa. Roasting dish in a campfire, which is what it says should make you cocoa beans, but it's making me roasted cocoa beans. And that's what's confusing me, because I feel like it shouldn't be giving me roasted ones. And I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong. I wonder if it's that I've only made them in a campfire, but actually you can make them in various different cookers, and in different cookers they come out differently, because roasting is done on a campfire. So let me just, if I put these not there, actually there's a bunch of roasted things that I need to add, but I'm not going to grasshopper just yet. If I put my remaining roasting dishes, if I stick one of these in there, is that still lit? I think it's still lit. Yes. Loads left. Let's just see if that's still telling me it's going to make roasted ones, though. How do I make not roasted cocoa beans? I just want cocoa beans. While I'm waiting to see if that does something different, fire roasted is one of those things that there's a whole bunch of iterations of stuff, and I've only got 3. Not in a roasting dish, Buddha, but the cooking recipes says in a roasting dish, right? I tell you what, let's try fire roasting stuff. I think is normally done raw over the fire, right? You think maybe if we just put the cacao beans in there, if I do law on that, hang on, let me get a bit closer. If I do law on that, doesn't make any known recipes, so I can't just roast them on their own. Is this bit? It's that it says, hang on, if we get away from fire roasted again, what was I on? I'm trying to make cocoa beans, and this says it should be in a roasting dish on a campfire, but that's making a different item. It's making roasted cocoa beans, and therefore I can't do what I'm trying to do with them. It's possible that maybe I just need to be trying to do stuff with the cacao beans themselves, so I was trying in a fruit press. I don't know that the fruit press is the right way to go anyway. I just feel like I need to do something with them that isn't grinding them. So on your recipe list it says in an oven. Okay, well that's what we've got going on over here. But again, does that not just make roasted cacao beans? I mean, we'll find out in a minute when these roast. Yeah. So I've got one sat in a roasting dish in there. It might just be one of those quirks where the recipe book doesn't really reflect. No, look, it's made roasted ones again. So that's still making roasted ones, but there are recipes which I'm sure require raw cocoa beans. Only I don't know how you get them anymore, because you only pick cacao beans now. I don't think I've got any, I could look in my lower quality ingredients to see if I have any legacy ones, but I don't think I do. I do. But see, this is what I was getting on about when we were on those glamping adventures. I've got legacy ones, but I didn't think you could make them now. You can only make roasted ones. However, that does at least allow me to try what I'm trying to do. So let's try some legacy cocoa beans. It's not the same. No, but it is, I don't know, it's one of those really confusing things. When they brought in beverages, we then got cacao, and I thought there was a way to convert between them, but since I've got legacy items, let's try this, but it would be frustrating if the only way you can make some of these recipes now is with the legacy version of things. Because I don't think you can now get cocoa beans. You can't forage them up anymore. You only forage up cacao, I'm sure. I know, but Ruffle, I thought I did it on stream by roasting them. Because I think that's when I got that recipe in there. Somebody said you have to roast them first, and I did, and I was like, but then it makes roasted ones. But we were able to use it to make whatever we were trying to make at the time. I think it was mint hot chocolate. I think we made that with roasted ones. Easy way to find out. Mint hot chocolate. What did it tell me I made them with? No, see, that was using cocoa. Maybe it wasn't mint hot chocolate. Maybe it was... there's like a... Isn't there like a chocolatl or something? Oh, I don't know. I'm going down a bit of a rabbit hole here. But yeah, we did have to do it. Did I need to grind? Maybe, but that makes cocoa, and I'm not trying to make cocoa. I'm trying to process cocoa beans with something else. So I was going to try with a press. Am I still carrying my fruit press? I am. Let's try with that first. So I can't do it with with just cocoa beans. I don't think I can do it with a press. But let's just try. Eat. No. There's something that I'm missing here. I'm sure you press them. Press cocoa beans in some way. I think it does only work with non-roasted, which is why what I was aiming for was raw cocoa beans. But these ones, they don't have the raw tag, but they're also not roasted. But it's not letting me... Oh, hang on. I know what I'm doing wrong. I'm being an idiot. It's the mistake I somehow always make with a fruit press. You don't put the item in it. You use it on it, and then the resulting item ends up in it. So this is probably where I've cocked up. So if I use this, look at that. So you can use it on roasted cocoa beans. It doesn't actually require them to be raw. I just need them to be not in the fruit press when I use it. Mystery solved. So there you go. There's cocoa paste. I knew that there was something else that you could do with cocoa beans other than grind them. Okay. Now that I've got around that minor frustration, let's make a couple of those, because I think there's then this is like a chain of things you can do. So I think there's then things you can do with your cocoa paste. So I think you can then cook this to make the cocoa liquor. I'm not sure what you cook it in though. Let's just have a play. What would our options be? Let's try frying. Can we fry it? No. What else? Saucepan? Still no. Pottery bowl. Something. That's going to make something. Let's do another one. Well, actually, let's just see if we can do it in anything else first. So that doesn't make anything. What about in a baking stone? Whoops, don't want to rename. Nope. I don't seem to have... Do I not have a cauldron here? I've got one over there. Let's just move that into the steak and bake, because we should try that one too. Doesn't do anything in an open helm. Does do something in a cauldron. There's my cocoa liquor. Now, I don't know if this is also going to make cocoa liquor, but hopefully now I've got it in my recipe book. Okay, it will. It's just you can make it in 2 different containers. I know, right? Ash, maybe? Like, okay. So now that that's made that, then I think the next one is you do more stuff than with this. Now, is this now going to count this as a liquid? I imagine it is. Yes, okay, so I need to keep it in the pottery bowl, or move it to another container, effectively. Now, because it's a liquid, I assume I can't therefore use a fruit press on... Wait, have I got cocoa butter? I was wrong in my assumption immediately. I don't have cocoa butter, but there's cocoa butter. So in its container, you can then use a fruit press on it. I can dry and grind cocoa paste to make cocoa powder. Grind it, you reckon? Okay. So there we've got our cocoa butter. Fuck knows what I'm gonna do with that. Like make what? Like body butter? I mean, can you even eat that? I don't know what else I can use that for, but I've got this other cocoa liquor here, so let me just see what else we can use on that. So we've just used a fruit press on it, right? Let's see what else we can do with it. Oh, in real life, okay. Yeah, you cook paste, which somehow makes a liquid that you then press into a solid. Okay, well let's just try. Can I do anything with that? No. That's what would make me cocoa. But I can't do it with the cacao beans themselves. Where's my cocoa liquor? Can't do anything with that with a mortar and pestle. And again, the roasted ones also make cocoa, so yeah, those do work the same. So I don't think I can mortar and pestle it. Let's just pop that back up on the shelf for now. Somewhere here I should have a grindstone. There we go. Let's try a grindstone. I'm actually looking for the liquor on. You could grind a liquor. That sounds... Not that. I could... Am I still carrying the press? We could try a press. I mean, how... Put it in a sausage skin. I didn't try the cheese drill, but I tell you what, you can press it. And there's your cocoa powder. So well done, Vulcan. I just didn't have to dry it first. No chocolate sausages. No. Not aware of any uses for cocoa butter. Maybe it counts as a butter? We could try that. If we've got something later on that requires butter, we could try subbing in a cocoa butter and see if it will count it as one of the acceptable butters. Don't know why it would. But okay, so that's just added 4 different cocoa recipes to my recipe book. There's probably more things I can do with those. But because it's interesting, because like the hot chocolate recipes, those don't use the cocoa powder though, right? Oh, but the cocoa does. Okay, so cocoa uses it and hot chocolate uses other ones. Okay. What am I up to? 490. I've got 10 to go. But while my campfire's burning, I said what I nearly grasshoppered to was there are, I think, going to be other iterations of these fire roasted things. So for example, anything that you've got that has a fish version, the chances are there might also be a fish fillet version. Same is not necessarily true of meat. So you just throw a fish on the fire and you get fire roasted fish. So let's just throw some fillets on the fire and see what we get out of that. I've probably got, if not pre-filleted, like I've got a catfish. Let's have one of those. They're gigantic. I need to get a little bit closer though. So if I fillet a catfish, I suspect I should be able to get myself a fire roasted fish fillet. Wouldn't swear to it, but we'll see. So use a butchering knife for filleting. Grilled pineapple, fire roasted corn. Okay, we'll try that too. So, whoops, let's stop filleting or we're going to go for forever. So let's just try one of those. Let's also try some corn. I'm sure that there's probably other things that we can do as well. I've got what? So I've got meat. I've got meat and I've got fish, and I've got a chestnut. You probably can't do the other nuts, but I don't know that I've tried. I wouldn't swear to it. Might be able to do other kinds of vegetables, but tell you what, let's try corn first, because I don't know if that's a specific thing, or if that will unlock a general vegetables one. Let's try a corn. There was something unexpected that I think I can make a pumpkin version of. Is it jam? I feel like I've seen a pumpkin jam, and I've made fruit jams, but I think there's a couple of weird things you can make pumpkin versions of that I wasn't expecting. Like, I don't know, you might be able to make pumpkin crisps, for example. I don't know if that's something I've already done, but I think there's some weird and wonderful crisps in. Okay, I've made pumpkin crisps, so yes, that is a thing you can do, in carrot crisps too. But I feel like there was something else. Popcorn. Yes, thank you for reminding me. So for popcorn, how do we make sweet and salted popcorn? Because I think there's also, I think there might be a plain version, and I never tried. I went straight to, okay, so we're looking for saucepans and oil, and not sugar, because that's what makes it sweet. Have I got some oil in here? Gelatin, custard, pottery jars. Got some olive oil. So what do we say? Saucepan. Clearly I should have had my campfire closer to my oven, so I didn't have to keep moving between them. Where? I've immediately forgotten what I said. I needed to put this in a saucepan. So more corn for a start. Can't remember else. It's not going to be chopped, is it? Because then it wouldn't pop. So let's try one of those, and goodness knows how much olive oil. Let's try. What have we already got? Jug set to. Let's try 100 and just see what it says. See, now it wants me to add batter. What's that going to make me? As long as it's not on pizza and I don't have to... Pineapple on pizza is the best though, Massa. Is it because it's olive oil? Sometimes the game is finicky about olive oil as opposed to cooking oil and doesn't treat them as the same thing. That's got hot chocolate in. Let's try... let's try something else, like surely somewhere I've got some, you know what, we could just try corn oil, couldn't we? That's a cooking oil for Wurm. If we just try that on that, create some corn oil, see if it treats that differently. It does, look at that. But then I need to go back and try adding batter to the one with olive oil. So I'm going to need to change one of my measuring jugs, aren't I? It wants 20 to 30. So if we just move that one out. Stick that there for now. That's going to cook something, and it's not telling me what, so that's going to cook something new. How's my fire roasting going? Is my fire roasting going anywhere? Is it that it's not hot enough? Less than 15 minutes. Right, campfire's not hot enough. Let me just top that one up. Oh, I'm so close, I can taste it. Did I? Oh, good. I was close enough. Right. Heat that one back up again. Give that one a little bit of time. You know what? I've got way too much space taken up by these windows. So there you go. Plain popcorn. I was right. Let's tuck that one away somewhere. Sweets and small treats. So 491. We're fire roasting some stuff over there, or trying to. Batter might make fritters or battered veg. That's true. It could make battered veg. Let's see. What have I got? Lemon herb battered chicken. Okay, what about if we search by ingredients? It's going to make tempura vegetables. Good shout. Good shout. Yep. Yeah, I've not tried fudge with popcorn. It might be possible to do some kind of like toffee popcorn. I've never tried though. Let's have a look. Have I still got fudge sauce left? I think I have. Not much of it though. It might also, though, because you can make toffees in the game, you might have to use actual toffee rather than fudge sauce for that. What toffees have I made? What? Hang on. What toffees have I? Have I not made any of the toffees? Oh my goodness. I have. Okay, I've made 2. I know of at least 2 that I'm missing, thanks to Grimbleat, so I haven't made ginger toffee. And I haven't made... There's a mint toffee, right? So... what would I then be looking at? And I said ages ago, oh, I haven't made mayonnaise, and then I promptly, of course, grasshoppered away from it. There's also a shitload of sushi I haven't made, and I could probably sweep up a whole load making the sushis, like trying a load of iterations of sushi. So I could make... What am I going to need? Buttermilk and sugar for toffee? Probably. I could probably make the couple of toffees that I know exist in the game that I'm missing. Let's just go see. Are those things still not roasted? Are we doing it wrong for fire roasting? I think you just leave them in a campfire, right? Oh, hang on. I know the problem. I think the problem is because the campfire is the container, putting 2 items in there at once doesn't make anything. I need to do them one at a time. That's why it's not working. So I've just taken the corn out, and I'll do that one separately. But what did I say? Buttermilk and sugar, probably. Let's just see. I did have a stash of butter in here. No toffee. Ooh. And while we're there, we'll just see if we can come up with any kind of, like, if there's any kind of toffee popcorn in there. What was I looking for? Butter. There we go. Right, 492. And let's see if there's a fire roasted corn or a fire roasted veg in there. I'm getting so confused. What was I doing? What was I even looking for? Butter. I was looking for butter. Right. Okay. Missed ingredients. Now I'm back on target, maybe-ish, kind of, sort of. So let's have a couple of butters. Couple of butters. Oh, my brain is going. Couple of butters and milk and sugar. Right. I'm on it. I am. I promise. I'm not just... My poor brain is fritzing a little bit now. Sugar. Right. 2 sugars. Um, 2 sugars, 2 butters, and I've already got a milk open, right? Because I've been walking around with that sheep's milk. Okay, so that's a good start because it's a sweet. We're probably going to be doing it in a saucepan because you usually are. There's my fire roasted veg. Thank you for that one, butter. That's... Wait. Come back. Okay. 493. Now, 2 toffees. We can do that. I'm going to need ginger and I'm going to need mint. Presumably ground, right? Have I already got some ground ginger in one of these? Yes. Right, let's have one of those in a saucepan and just see what law says. Close that. Let's just shuffle that one over there. Shuffle that one over there. Let's get back to mistake and bake. So much is made in a saucepan. I really ought to have more saucepans. The only reason I'm drowning in frying pans is because, like, from the days I was cooking up affinity meals. So, butter, sugar, ginger, and what else did I say? Milk. Milk. Need some milk. Don't yet know how much. That's cream. And I think this might be it. It might need some more. Do not make any known recipe. Butter, sugar, and milk is what you use to make toffee, right? Right? Puffed rice? I don't know. Not that I've heard of. Try cooking with bouquets of flowers. I have cooked with bouquets of flowers. What? Cooking toffee with bouquets of flowers? Is that what you're talking about, Myra? Just to just to see if I'm missing something. Butter, ground ginger, milk and sugar. I wonder if this is going to be funny about the type of milk or the type of butter. So, just in case, let's try some cow milk and butter, because sometimes some recipes are funny about that and some aren't. And before I abandon ship on that line of thinking, because let's just try with normal stuff first. Candied rose petals. Yes, it is a thing. It is a thing. Do I not have those? I do. I've got 3 candied ones at least already unlocked. So let's unseal that one and let's just try some not weird iterations of those in case it's the sheep butter and or sheep milk that's throwing it off. So where's my barrel gone? There it is. If I stick half of this, have I got an empty barrel up here? Yes. If we just set that to 10 kilos, because I don't want to convert this all and then have to open up yet another one. So if we just split those between 2 barrels for a minute, pop that back to 20 before I confuse myself. To make butter, I think I use a fork. Somewhere. I've got a fork. That's my spoon. Spoon makes cream, right? Yeah, spoon makes cream, so fork should make butter. Let's do it on the smaller one. Wait, no, that's sheep milk. Let me try that again. Oh my god, I just split my sheep milk, not my cow milk. No wonder I'm confusing myself. Right, let's try that again. Let me try that again. Second time round. It'll be fine. Now the cat wants feeding. This is going so well. Hello, Coughs. How are you doing? You used candied rose petals. I made excellent use of my sweets in my recent beverage endeavours. Which is another really weird combination. Right, what was I doing? Fork. Where's my fork? There's my fork. On my brown cow milk. Let's turn that into some butter. Is this going to be one of those things that I regret because it wastes the whole thing? I feel like it might be, and I don't want to risk it on 10 kilos. So just in case, let's try it on a smaller iteration first. I never remember if butter's one of the ones that just uses up all of your shit. So, insufficient materials. How much do you need? Let's try a kilo. Still insufficient. It's weird that it's not telling me how much I need, though. I might be about to just drop a shitload of milk everywhere, but I guess we're going to find out. Ah, okay. That's interesting. So it makes them separately. It's not wasting it, but it's just used a kilo of milk, but it wouldn't let me do it when I had exactly a kilo of milk in a measuring jug, which is kind of weird. I wonder why that is. No, I'm safe with butter. Thank you, Matthew. So we're going to make a bunch of those. Whoop. And then we'll just sub in actual butter here and see if that's the problem, because it might be. Still saying no known recipe, so let's also try subbing out the milk with some normal milk. So if we put that in and pull that back out. Yeah, look at that. That was the problem. Now, out of interest, was it both that were the problem, or was it just the milk that was the problem? Let's just put the sheep butter back in for a minute and see. No, it's both. Oh, wait, hang on. No, I've got two butters in there, which is confusing it. Let me try again. It's just the milk. So it doesn't have a problem with the sheep butter. It's just got a problem with the sheep milk. So hopefully that's now going to make me ginger toffee. What was the other one I said I was missing? Mint? 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 Hello, Coughs, and hello to anybody else who's joined chat recently. As you can see, I am trying to fill out some extra recipes in my recipe book. If this is something that you don't want to be spoiled for, you might want to just pay half attention, or like maybe just not watch the screen too closely. Just listen in the background while we're doing other things. I'm trying not to just like post major spoilers everywhere, but obviously I am talking about it while I do it. So if this is something that you really want to do by yourself through a discovery method or something else, this is maybe not, as much as I hate to say it, not a stream that you want to watch when it happens. Right, while that's happening, what did I say? Mint. So don't know if it's going to need chopped mint or not. There we go, ginger toffee added. There's another one. We're now up to 494. Did I just pick up a mint or not? No, I tried. Why is it not putting my mint somewhere precious? Is my inventory full? Why is it not picking it up? I think maybe my inventory is full. Let's just drop some stuff, shall we? I can drop the cocoa beans back, I think. Is it going to let me BSB cocoa powder? Yes, it is. Despite being processed, apparently you can BSB cocoa powder, for what it's worth. Let's try again on the chopped mint. There we go. I think I was just full. So the ginger toffee that we've just made, that can go into our sweets and treats. Let's try doing the same, but with mint. So it didn't care about the butter, did care about the milk, right? So cow milk. Can't remember which measuring jug I was using, but let's just try that. Nope. Yeah, and I think that's going to make mint toffee. Okay. There's a whole bunch, like going back to those iterations of things, there's a whole bunch where I've made the fish version of something but not the meat version of it. So there's a load of those that I could do. But there's also some really basic stuff like I'm once again in the wrong menu. Like, I think there's mushy peas and I haven't made them. Now, if you were going to do mushy peas, would you just do them with a fork or with some water? I suppose do you cook them? Cook them? there's loads of alcohols I haven't done, but those are not great for doing on stream because although I guess it would probably add the fermenting version straight away, I wouldn't then get the subsequent ones. But yeah, I'm conscious. There's a whole swathe of gins, for example, that I don't have in there. I don't think I've got any of the brandies in there to speak of. I've got some of the fermenting gins, but not all of them. And I've got like one or two of the brandies and only a couple of the versions of that. They've got several stages as well, so that's one of the things that really fleshes out your cookbook is the fermenting and the distilled and the undistilled and things, stages of several of the alcohols. There's my mint toffee. I have, however, completely forgotten. Oh no, I've grasshoppered. What was I just going to do? Mushy peas. Right. Now, I've got chopped pea pods, but my assumption is that for mushy peas, you want the actual peas, not the pea pods. That assumption might be proven wrong, but we'll find out. So I don't want pea pods chopped. Let's have a few of these. So I think if you mash them, because I have got my fork activated, that's just going to get you mashed veg though, right? And maybe we make it with mashed veg, but I think that mashing it is going to be going the wrong way somehow. So I think, okay, if I were making this based on real world stuff, first of all, I would be picking the seeds to get peas, because I'm mashing peas, not pea pods, and I'm not actually mashing them, I'm mushing them. So I think they need to be cooked up with liquid. For example, let's go back to our trusty saucepan, because we're not frying. What if we put peas in a saucepan with, where's my water? With some water. And it might need something like salt or something like that, maybe. No known recipe. So is that because it's not a saucepan, or is that because it needs something else? What else might we do them in? What about a pottery bowl? It's also not giving me any clues as to where to go next for that one. But now it is, look at that. I need more water. That might be my mushy peas. Give puffed rice a try. Should work like popcorn, but with rice. Is it something that you know is in the game, Tuplex? Or is it just something that you think might be in the game? I also said I was going to see if you could do anything like toffee popcorn, didn't I? Let's just make that smaller again for a start. Let's just grab some more corn. Like, we also don't have butter popcorn in this, and I don't know if that's a thing that you can do. So there we go. There's my mushy peas. Check it out. Is it a liquid or a solid? It's a solid. Love it. Let's store it somewhere. Mushy peas, misc ingredients. Right. What was I going to do? Okay, I'm getting so sidetracked by things. Right, popcorn. So popcorn you do in a saucepan. I said, what if we had buttered popcorn? But I've already grasshoppered and forgot what we did our previous popcorn with. So, because we got sweet and we've got salted already. Oh, it's the cooking oil that it needs. Cooking oil. Of which I have got some, like, there. Can we do buttered popcorn? It's asking me to add salt, but is that not just going to make salted popcorn? Yes, that's going to make salted popcorn, which we don't want. what about if we put some kind of toffee in there? Because I don't think law on this is going to lead us anywhere, because this is just going to make plain popcorn, and it therefore won't guide us to something else that it could make. Have I closed my magical chest like a twit? I think maybe... Oh, hello. I think maybe I have. Have I got any kind of plain toffee in here? Maybe. Jaffa cakes, we've got nougat, we've got all of our saucy things. No. If I were going to be making toffee popcorn, I suppose I would have to make it with either with plain toffee or with fudge sauce. I keep opening up the crafting recipes when I want the cooking recipes. So we're after plain toffee, which is just sugar, milk and butter. Let's move those out for a second and just try one of these. Put that catfish away as well that I'm just carrying around. So catfish can go up there, to be honest. Oh, bugger. Okay, this frustrates me, right? Of my many frustrations with cooking. So you can process the shit out of cocoa beans into something like cocoa powder, and it's still considered a bulkable item. But you chop a few fillets off a catfish, and it is no longer a bulk item. So I've now got 20 kilos of catfish that can't be bulked. Wah, wah. Out of interest, can I bulk it that way? Still no. No. So frustrating. I'm not going to finish filleting it. Let's just chuck it in there for now. Catfish are 10 a penny. Butter, sugar. Sugar. Dice it. I mean, yeah, there's loads of things I could do with it. It's just there's so much of it. What, you mean dice it because then I would be able to store it again? Yeah, maybe. What did I come here looking for? Sugar. Sugar. So, memory of a fish, butter, sugar, milk. Were we able to sheep milk the toffee? I can't remember. Let's find out. No, it cares about the milk type there as well. So, can't actually see where I'm dragging it back to. It wants to go back to that one. $140 and $210. Did I not just... Is that not... Wait. What the hell just happened there? Myra, did you send me one of your measuring jugs that's got wonky volume? No, it needs milk. Yeah. The recipe probably doesn't say any milk. Yeah, it just says milk. You're right. This is an example. This is what Myra was talking about. This measuring jug has a rune on it, which increases volume, which means it's not measuring accurately. You sod. Thanks, Myra. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to put our 220 in there and pull 20 back out. So useful. On the plus side, you can disenchant runes. So that's what's going to happen to that. That's going to make plain toffee. Now, just before it cooks, just in case, if I throw all of these in, I can't imagine this is going to make it like that. No known recipe. So let's make the toffee first, and then let's just see if we can make toffee popcorn. Right, I've made my 2 toffees. Stuffed mushrooms. Those should be an easy one. And I've made a bacon stuffed mushroom, but I'm sure there are other kinds. So Like I think there's a cheese one, for example. I don't know if there's others. So let's do some stuffed mushrooms, because those are at least quite quick and easy to do. Don't know if it cares what kind of mushroom you use. Let's just have one of those. I can't actually remember how you prepare them. Do you do it with like a knife or a spoon or something like that? Let's try a spoon. Wait. I'm using a spoon on a brown mushroom and it tells me it's going to make a brown mushroom. But it is now a brown mushroom that's a container, so perhaps it was indeed a spoon. What if I then stuff some cheese in it? Somewhere here, somewhere. Tell me I've already got some cheese made. Cheese. Cheese, please. Oh, wait, no, cheese would be up here, wouldn't it? Because cheese is bulkable, despite being processed. Cheese, 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 cheese. Where's my cheese? Where is it? Where is it? Maybe I haven't got it at over 90 quality yet. Cheese is bulk. Yes, there we go. Shitloads of cheese. Right, if we put a cheese in it, does that? It's going to make me a cheese stuffed mushroom. So do I just stick it? I guess it's the container again, right? So we just put it in there and let it cook itself. But will there be cake? It did take a while, Myra. It did. It took me long enough. Clearly it didn't matter too much for the other things. Okay, so that's going to get me a cheese stuffed mushroom, I assume. Got a bacon stuffed mushroom. I don't know if there's other things you can stuff in mushrooms or not. I also haven't made either. I'm trying to think about sort of like the kind of recipes you find in things like Medieval Dynasty, like potage or gruel. And those tend to be made by using a there's my cheese stuffed mushroom. What are we up to now? 197. Those tend to be made by using a grain and water. Oh, it's a very basic kind of a food. Let me just see if no known recipe using all of those together. How about if we just made plain popcorn, right? Let me just try putting some plain popcorn in there to see. And also somebody else was asking about puffed rice. I'll try that in a second. Popcorn. I did put my popcorn in here, right? Plain popcorn. Haven't tried fudge sauce in there, but do have some, so guess it wouldn't hurt to just try and see if it tells us anything. Might just be that something like toffee popcorn isn't actually in the game, and I'm barking up the wrong tree there. Right, puffed rice. So we're saying, what if we had rice instead of corn? Presumably still with some kind of oil. Have I tried adding spice? What are you gonna... What if I take the oil out? How do you make puffed rice in real life, though? Like if I pull that out, like, do you dry? Is it dry cooked? This is now asking specifically for ginger. So fuck it, let's just follow the law and see where that's trying to take me. If it takes me down a rabbit hole for a really complex recipe, I might be pissed though. I think my ground stuff is actually in this one. So if we try a ground ginger, where's that going? Oh, this is taking me down the sushi route. But I'm alright with that, because we've got a load of fish fillets here, so let's just see. Oh, chopped fish fillet. Chopped fish fillet. Hang on. I was about to be like, that just led me up a garden path, but it didn't. I was not paying close enough attention. So if we chop that. Rice, oil, salt or sugar, you reckon? Could try a frying pan. Let's just see what that's gonna... Any oil, 25% of solids, so... Needs more oil than I have made thus far. Thankfully, I've got... Let's take that corn back out. Got a fruit press here somewhere so we can just make some more. Yeah, it could be leading me up towards some sort of curry. Entirely possible. So it wants 100 to 150, so I'm only slightly over. Where's my... Hang on. Let's just... Fuck it, let's just drink that. How about now? It's going to make something, but it's something that I haven't got. So it's going to make some kind of sushi, I think. Which is good, because there are a bunch of sushis I need to make. But let's just go back to the rice... The rice question for a minute. So let's pull another rice out. We're probably going to need a few if we're going to make some sushis. Where is my rice? Where's my rice? I literally just had rice somewhere, and now I can't find it. And I was just talking about gruel, wasn't I? So that would be what, barley? And if it's potage, that would be rye? Try not to get too distracted. Where's my rice? Why can't I... Oh, maybe, or maybe oats. Have I made porridge? I must have made porridge. Oh no, we made a fish curry. You're right, Madoon. I made a fish curry, but it's added it to my thing. That kind of makes sense in a way, because all of the sushis I think are done like on a plate, because they're cold created. They might also require me to cook a load of rice. So I completely lost my train of thought. Where was I? Rice. I'm just gonna whilst I've got these open, let's pull out a rye and a barley. I'm gonna try the gruel type ones first. I've no idea where my rice went. I swear I was looking at a load of rice, because I plucked one out for that, and now why can't I see it? Maybe I've only got slightly lower quality rice, maybe that was the problem. There's a barley, let's have one of those. Maybe it was in this one? Rice. I'm definitely going to need some octopus. I've got a load of rice there. Yeah, maybe it was just in that one. I'm going to need some octopus for some of the sushi, pretty sure. Because squid sort of features in sushi quite a lot. But let me just try and knock some of these ones that are kind of like sitting in my head out, because otherwise I'm going to get to the end of this and I'm going to be like, oh bugger, and I meant to do that. Whatever that was. So let's try barley and water in a saucepan. Let's start there. Where's my measuring jugs? That's going to cook something. Just needs a little bit more water. And I put it in the wonky jug as well, which probably didn't help. Okay, so the barley's going to do something. Is the rye going to do something different? I do know I can search FSBs, but I don't like to. There's a whole bunch of things in Wurm where I can search menus, and I just don't. I'm good at doing it for things like crafting recipes, not so much for other things though. Right, let's just pop the curry in there for now, because I'm carrying shitloads of stuff. See what the barley creates. puffed rice, we were just going to look at if we did it in a frying pan, weren't we? So let's just try that. So there's shitloads of curry recipes. I know, and that's another area. Like, there's I can absolutely see how I can get to, like, how people can get to like 600, 650 plus recipes because there's loads. Oh look, we did indeed make gruel. Was that with the barley? That was with the barley, not the rye. So just look at that. Okay, so you make gruel, but it looks like you can make it with any of them. So I think trying the rye would just make a rye gruel instead. I may have made a critical error here, though. Tell you what, let's stick it in one of my glass jugs. I'm running out of containers to put the liquid foods in. There we go. That'll do for that. Right, back to my puffed rice. So, what did we say? Where was it? Rice, oil, salt or sugar, maybe in a frying pan. So, let's try salt. I think this is going to take me down a different route. But let me just try sugar first, just in case. No, does not like sugar. If I stick a chopped onion in there, I'm going to end up with another kind of, like, probably another kind of curry, right? Or something. Or, let's have a look. Now it wants more ground spice. Is it just going to take me to another of the same curry I've already made, I wonder? Yeah, it wants diced meat. Since I've got one right there. After all of this, it's going to want more oil. Yeah, maybe use boiled rice? Can I hang up on Stablam? Oh, hello, Stablam. Thanks, Robbie. What, to make my puffed rice, you mean, Tuplex? Start with boiled rice? Maybe. Still not convinced, though. Tell you what, let me see, like, for sushi, I think I have to start with cooked rice for most of the sushis. So let me just cook up a bunch of rice. How do we do cooked rice? Cooked rice. Just in a saucepan, presumably? Saucepan or a pottery bowl. I can do it in a pottery bowl. Salt's optional. So let's just pull these back out because I'm not sure where that's going to lead me, but I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced I'm going anywhere helpful. Whoops, that probably didn't belong in there. That belongs there. Let's just pull that one back out there for a second. Pottery bowls. Pottery bowls. Move that up there for a second. Now I've got a few rice. I seem to have a shortage of pottery bowls though. Is it because they're all in my inventory? It might be. Plate. One's in my inventory. Got my cheese stuffed mushroom there as well, which probably needs rehoming. Have I once again closed my LMC like a fool? I think I have. Cheese stuffed mushroom, that can go in foods. It's not a fancy food, but it can go in there all the same. Right. So I need to do some rice. Need to do a bunch of cooked rice so I can make a bunch of sushis, because there are several sushis in the game. Anna likes them, Anna wants them. So let's do another rice in that one, and then I'm going to need some water. If you see Stablam's thing flash up again and it looks like I haven't noticed, just give me a nudge again. I'm so busy concentrating on my windows, I'm not actually seeing like what's happening in any of my other tabs. Probably going to need a shitload of water for cooking rice, but let's see what it says. Oh no, too much. Interesting. So this is the one that's misbehaving, right? But if we set this to 100, it should still be within parameters, even with the misbehaving. Yeah, look at that, it's doing 110. So that should be still a good amount for cooking rice. However, I'm going to need to do quite a bit more rice than that, I think. So let's just pull some more out. What were we up to? 400. Oh, I'm one off. 499. What do you mean I can't carry that much? What can't I carry? Silly game. I can carry everything. I've done my pea pods, so let's put my mushies back. I'm probably now carrying a shitload of things that I don't need. Let's put the butter back. There he is. Stablam told me in the Coterie channel he's got a Christmas gift, a Ruffle approved Christmas gift for me, but it's one that needs to be dropped off in person. Bless him. So what was I doing? Rice, cooking rice. Yeah, those are making cooked rice. I was putting things away, wasn't I? Because I'm sitting on, I might as well keep the fillets of fish out, because I am going to use those for stuff. I can't remember what I wanted to do with a pumpkin. I feel like there was something that there's a pumpkin iteration of besides jam. Maybe it was the jam I was thinking of, because I've already got the pumpkin crisps. How does one make jam? Have I already got jam? Berry jam, fruit jam. Oh, those require syrup, right? I'm not doing that right now. No. I don't know why. I'm always really reluctant to open up the syrups. But I don't think there's really a good reason, given that I just went and opened up a load of fruit juices and stuff. Let's just drop those into ingredients. Oh, the rye can go back for now. Right, we've got 2 cooked rice made. We're going to need some more. So we'll do those. Set those going anyway. Then I'm going to start trying to make some sushis. And I'm going to go over my 500 because I know there's several sushis to make. But whilst I'm here, I might as well try and make a few. Now, we saw octopus somewhere here, and I was like, I'm going to need octopus. Where did I see it? Where was it? Was it in the 70 plus? I haven't fished up many octopuses, so the chances of it being a 90 plus are pretty slim in fairness. Aha! Octopus. Right. I have got an octopus. I'm probably also going to need some seafood meats. Now, I've got crab meat, which is a kind of seafood, but I think there's also, so there's meat seafood, and then there's crab seafood. And I don't know if it's that one of those is a legacy item, or if they are in fact both current items in the game. But let's pull both out just in case. That looks like more cooked rice being made. So let's just pop another one of those in there. There goes that one. Do another one. It's me confidently being like, oh, I'm gonna make at least 6 sushis. I don't know if I am, but we'll see. What was I missing? Rice. So yeah, sorry, Buddha. Me and my grasshopper brain. I lose the thread so easily, particularly when I'm hopping between like multiple things. I do have to be up early in the morning. In fact, I intended to try and wrap this one up by midnight, which is laughable, knowing me and how I ramble. But I'm in Bruges tomorrow, which means I've got to be on a 7:30 ferry out of Dover. Whoops! Actually, I think we're going with the train with the whatever the fuck it's called now. Right. It's gone 1 o'clock. Sushi. So I think you can fill it. Obviously you can fill it fish, but I think you can fill it. I think some of the sushis require you to have filleted particular fish. So I think, for example, like tuna sashimi. I've got a tuna here as well. Unfortunately, the moment I start filleting it, I'm not then going to be able to put it back in. I'm going to have the same problem that I had. And look at it, it's like 60 kilos. Although, interestingly, you can put fillets of meat back in there. Can I put fillets of catfish back in there? Yes, maybe I just need to finish filleting that catfish and chuck them all back in there then. I'm just annoyed I can't have a part filleted catfish. So, let's just see if we can fillet either or both of these. Can wrap that one. Can fillet this one though. So I can fillet the seafood one. I think I'm going to be doing it on a plate for this one. Some of these I know how they're made, and some of them I just sort of like vaguely got a sense, and it's going to be guesswork. But if we... Is it going to be a plate? Is it going to be a plate? Is it going to be a pottery bowl? Because you sort of want to... I'm getting distracted. Where's my octopus? Let's fillet the octopus. That's going to fill up my inventory super fast. I love how all the fillets are coming out at different qualities as well. And by love, I mean I don't love at all. That means I've got to sort them as I store them. Let's drop those. Let's try cooked rice and a fillet on a plate. Okay, doesn't like that. Let's try a pottery bowl. Where's my steak and bake? So if we add that to that, doesn't make any known recipe. Fillets of octopus and a cooked rice. What else could I do that in? Or is it... Maybe... Hang on. Maybe it needs more processing. Where's my knife? There we go. Can you chop? Or look at that, you can chop fillets. How about now? Haha! And sushi. Is this one I already have? It's not! Okay, right, there's my 500 recipes. Woohoo! That's destinations unknown. There we go. There's my Learn 500 cooking recipes. But I'm not done. So while I'm here, let's just also try and fillet this tuna and see if I can just knock a few more sushi buns out of the pot before I wrap up for the night and go to sleep. Thank you, Myra.
Da 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 da. Victory.
Okay, so I've got nori. Which has to play into a bunch of these. How much nori have I got? 2. Maybe I'm not going to make as much sushi as I hoped. Especially since my inventory is so fucking full, I can't pick half of these up. Can we store our roasted cocoa beans? I can't remember. Let's find out. Let's put some things down. No. Right, those can go into missing ingredients. Can I store my cacao beans? Yes. Slice of bread can go back for now, although there's a bunch more sandwiches I could make. I'm also still sitting on several fillets of catfish. Let's put some of those away, since those can be FSB'd. Now, what was I trying to do? Nori. Got my nori. Do we reckon this is going to be in a pottery bowl as well? Let's try some cooked rice and some nori. It's probably not going to be more octopus. How about the seafood? Doesn't like that. How about fillets of fish? Also doesn't like a fillet of tuna. Is it because it's in a pottery bowl? Do we now need to move to a plate, do you reckon? Cooked rice. Your hand's automatically activated, right? Because I haven't currently got anything activated, but my assumption is that, like pottery, it will activate your hand. Maybe it's because the fillet of tuna is something in particular, like if I try with a different kind of fish, maybe that's part of the problem. Or maybe it doesn't belong in a pottery bowl. Oh, I was like, that's going to be so straightforward. Let's do that. No. No. Nori, cooked rice, fillet of catfish. What kind of fish will just get me a fish fillet? Do they not all get you a specific type of fish fillet? Yeah, and I just did, so I have just activated my hand in case that was it, but it doesn't seem to be. I'm just looking to see if there's like generic fish fillets, because all I've got, I think, are specific ones. Cooking won't auto-activate the hand. Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. How about fillets of brook trout, since I've got a couple of those? Can we do it with that? I don't know if it's the particular fish that it's objecting to, or if it's sort of what I'm trying to do with it that's the problem. Let's put them back in a pottery bowl since the first one worked there. There's got to be something with nori and rice and fish fillets though, right? Right? Which makes me think maybe I'm just using the wrong kind of fish. I don't appear to have any things that's just like fish fillets though, only fillets of specific things, which makes me think I'm using the wrong fish. I mean, it is possible there isn't a recipe that has these things in, but it seems very unlikely. Or I did try tuna, but you know what I didn't try? That thing that I literally just did a moment ago. Chopping it. I didn't try chopping it. Let's try that. Where's my knife? Kniff, kniff, kniff. There we go. Let's try chopping it. Because the other one required chopped octopus, chopped filleted octopus, right? There we go. Good. I thought I was going mad. I was like, surely this is going to make tuna. That's added another one. Yeah, yeah. It's the chopping. It's always the fucking chopping. And if I take away the nori from that equation, there should also be something else. So if we try another tuna, let's put the tekkemaki away. If we try another tuna and another cooked rice, but we don't add nori, then we should probably get another. Let's chop it again. Probably going to get another kind, I think. There you go. That's going to get you nigiri. Now I'm getting it. Now I'm getting it. There we go. Now I got a fish nigiri. I wonder if I can also do these with. Do I need to be trying these with other kinds of things? Like, should I be trying these with octopus as well, or crab? Probably, yes. So let's try some chopped veg in there as well. Like chopped cucumber, for example. I've also got pickled veg somewhere, and I feel like at least one of the sushis must require some kind of pickled veg. Let's just take that one out. Let's try putting one of those. I'm going to run out of chopped rice soon, aren't I? Let's try. Okay. Chopped cucumber and cooked rice isn't doing anything. But it is if I put nori in there, that's going to make maki. Don't know if I've got maki already. I might do. I didn't. So that's made veg maki. Well, oh, I was going to chop some octopus and try it, wasn't I? I already chopped it as well, so let's try one of those. It does seem to all happen in a pottery bowl, though, rather than on a plate, which kind of surprises me a little bit, but maybe it's about the shaping of it. Yeah, there could be some. That's going to make some. Okay, that's the one I've already made. Let's just try a different kind of thing, like not an octopus. And see, I am now out of nori, but I could always press some more. That's going to make brook trout nigiri. Is that going to be different? No, I think that's just going to be fish nigiri, which is made using brook trout, right? Choptopus. Yeah, I hadn't tried anything with the crab meat yet, had I? But it didn't let me fillet the crab meat was the problem. That wasn't filletable, so I could chop it and see if it'll let me do, like, could dice it and see if it'll let me do anything with it. Oh, although interestingly, apparently when you dice crab meat, then it just becomes seafood. It stops being crab meat, which is interesting because there's a crab bisque in the game, and I don't think it's one I've unlocked yet. I wonder if that uses any seafood or if you have to use it specifically while it's still at the crab stage. Once again, I'm in the wrong menu. Do I have? I haven't got the crab bisque unlocked. Let's just try doing something with diced instead of filleted. Not making any known recipe, so maybe not for that one. Might need. There's futamaki, but I think that's going to need more nori. However, I have been walking around, like, with my press. I don't know if I've put it back down yet or not. Did I put my press back down? No, I've still got my press. Let's just make some more nori. Looks like the sushi recipe you have is so random. Oh, well, are you talking about Taste Explosion sushi? Because I've got that one and it is ridiculous. What am I looking for? Kelp? Too far away. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's the most difficult one to make, which is why it tends to be one of those ones that if you see somebody selling it, or if someone like if you don't care too much about finding it through discovery, there are a few recipes like that which are so out there, you'd have a really hard time finding them through discovery. You kind of need to know they exist and get some pointers, or get the recipe off someone directly so that you can just copy it into your book. See, I love sushi. Like, I get to eat it a lot less because I'm now vegetarian, and some sushi places serve vegetarians really well, some don't so much. But back when I ate fish, like teriyaki sashimi, teriyaki nigiri, beautiful as well. Sashimi itself, to be honest, is just. Mm. But I don't eat fishies now, so. And some places only do one or two things that are vegetarian. Some places serve shitloads of vegetarian-friendly sushi, but unfortunately not so many places that are near me. So, pottery bowl, nori. Let's try some of the seafood. Did we do chopped fillet of seafood? Fillet of meat seafood. Hang on, so we haven't chopped seafood fillets yet. We couldn't fillet the crab, but when we chopped the crab, it then became something maybe filletable. Have I just made no sense whatsoever? Let me just. I might be talking bollocks. No, hang on. It's because I'm using the wrong thing for fillets. Fillet of meat seafood. Ow, 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 ow. Don't do that. Now I've got a cat clawing at my leg. So somebody said something about two different kinds of meat, right? So, like that? Cooked rice, nori. But we haven't chopped them. That's why I went to my knife, because we have to chop our fillets. So let me just. Let's just try chopping those. Insufficient materials to make a chopped fish fillet. It's weird though that a fillet of brook trout, if you try and chop it, you get chopped fillet, and a fillet of meat that's seafood. I suppose the difference is because it's a seafood meat, not a fish. Then it just turns it into diced meat. Maybe I do actually need the crab to still be crab in this one. Like, if we put that one in, if we get rid of the seafood, what if it's crab? Oh, okay. It likes it being crab. It wants raw and chopped vegetables. So, anything? Any chopped vegetable? Like, what about that? Yeah, yeah. Well, that's what I was saying, Myra. As soon as I did anything to the crab meat, then it just became seafood. That appears to work. So, let's go see what that makes. It's something that's not in my recipe book because it didn't tell me what it would make. It just said it would work. So that's a good start. We've done nigiri, and we've done maki. Although we've done veg maki. Have we done? Did we do fish maki first? We've done tekamaki, which is tuna specifically. I've got one cooked rice left after this, so and I'm going to need a pottery bowl for this. But if we just so cooked rice and nori, and let's try something that isn't tuna.
Ooh, what is?
Didn't say when in a cooker. It said it would. Oh. Okay. Yep. Where did we put it? This one. This one. You're right. Good spot, Vulcan. There you go. There's the futamaki. What do you mean it won't fit in the pet bowl? How is my fancy foods already full? Oh, apparently I've got a glass jug in there. Pretty sure that shouldn't be. Hang on. Now? Better. Better. So let's move these into a pottery bowl. This is saying you think this may work, but it's not giving me the create option on this. Is that because I no longer have my hand selected? Is it? Do I need my hand selected? Yes. Okay. So that's going to make brook trout maki, which might just be a generic fish maki. Yeah, look at that. So that's fish maki, but if you use tuna, then you get tekamaki. I don't know if there's going to be other maki recipes in there, but that's a few sushis I didn't have before. However, I am now out of cooked rice. I could cook some more. I've got a couple of nori left. There's a bunch of other fish meals that I haven't made as well. Like, I think there's fish cakes in the game, and I don't think I've got fish cakes and stuff. I'm missing some of the fish and chips that I think are in there. What else? I know I'm missing a load of the casseroles and stuff. Like there's a meatloaf, which I'm pretty sure I don't have. Somebody mentioned bug gut stew earlier, and there's also bugged things like bugged fish something. And I don't think I've got any of those ones yet. I haven't got the buttermeat curry, which I think is that the one that you've got, Madoon? And then there's some I meant to go and get some lye because I haven't got lutefisk in my recipe book yet, but obviously I don't need to get it over 500. I feel like there's a Buddha recipe in here, right? And I think it's one that you have to unlock. I don't think it's one of the starting ones. Yeah, there's bug guts, but there's also bugged fish recipes. I feel like there's a Buddha one. And it's not one that everybody has, clearly. There is a Buddha recipe. Okay. It's pasta, right? It's a pasta dish. I feel like I knew what it had, but I think it had some ingredients, like it has some of those ingredients that you have to pre-make. There you go, Buddha's terrible pasta dish. I feel like it had ketchup in it, Buddha. Was that the one? Like a pasta dish with ketchup in it? It was strange. I don't think ketchup is one of those things that I've got pre-made anywhere. Unfortunately. Do I even know how to make ketchup? Yeah? Bang on. I do know how to make ketchup. Is it a pain in the arse to make? Yes! Oh my god, is it a pain in the arse to make? Look at all of that. Alright, fuck it. Let's do it. Let's see if we can make Buddha's terrible pasta dish to round off the night, and then I really must go to bed or I'm never getting to Bruges. Starting with ketchup. Also, I'm going to have to fillet the rest of these bloody tuna and octopus before I go to bed. I need to put some things away because there's no room left in my inventory to pick stuff up. Let's drop what we can. Let's put the rice down. The cocoa butter can bugger right off. Let that one can go. Let's put the nori down. There is undoubtedly more sushi to do, but I've kind of run out of sushi juice. Sushi juice. That sounds awful. I've run out of sushi juice for tonight. I think most of these are BSBable. Except I can't see where my 100 quality one is. It's back. Not back there. Where's my 100 QL? It's hiding. Just to at least make some space. Apparently my fancy foods is once again full. Who knew? I think... Is it the curry? One of these. Like, maybe some of this sushi is just really chunky. Or maybe it's the curry. Because I feel like a pet bowl should be able to fit far more than that. I think it's the sushi, you know. I think we just got chunky sushis. Let's just stuff it somewhere for now. Don't quote me on that. Right, ketchup. I was going to make ketchup. Please tell me I've got some vinegar somewhere. Because I am not making that from scratch right now. Vinegar. Vinegar, vinegar, vinegar. Can you stop? One of my cats is now at that point where she's just yeeting stuff off the side in a bid to get attention. Vinegar, vinegar. Vinegars. It's a good start. Yes, I have vinegar. Thank fuck for that. Good night, Myra. Good night. What do you mean I wasted time making cocoa butter? That's what got me to my 500 recipes, thank you, Madoon. I did not waste time adding something to my recipe book. Right, so does it care what vinegar I use? Cider malt or white wine? Well, we've got a little one there, which I don't really care about resealing because it's tiny. Let's use that. On the plus side, Crim didn't crash again after we were like, well, if she crashes a third time in quick succession. Yeah, it is a useless recipe, but that doesn't matter. I'm here to make, to fill out my recipe book with more recipes. It was one of the many things I created on my little cocoa experiment. Right, malt vinegar. This is all going to go in a pottery bowl, right? So we're going to need to do the vinegar last because that's going to be one of the ones that varies based on content. So I think I just need to go through it in order. So I need some tomatoes. Do you know what? It still bugs me that it starts with any tomato, but then it just says like the chopped version and the raw version or whatever. And it's clearly showing you that it still needs a tomato, but at this point it just calls them veg. I don't know why that bothers me, but it does. So we need a chopped tomato. An onion, which might as well be chopped since we've got some of those here. This is just for the ketchup. This isn't even for Buddha's pasta dish. This is just for the ketchup that goes in it. We need some fennel. Tell me I've got some fennel here. How about here? Yes. So that's fennel plant. But crush it and that gets you fennel. Then the vinegar, but I'm going to come back to that. Then we need ginger. So, see, this is a strange one because it's saying to make ginger, I need to use a mortar and pestle on any spice, which is suggesting that it wants ground ginger. Because you don't use a mortar and pestle to create ginger. Ginger is the raw item, right? And I don't actually know if it wants ground ginger. It's kind of suggesting that it does, or if it wants raw ginger. Let's try raw. And if it doesn't like it... Maybe there's a purpose for cocoa butter that just none of us have yet discovered, Madine. Maybe you can sub it in for something like with farmer's salve to actually make, I don't know, some kind of moisturising massage cream or something. horrible sounding like that. Do you know, I don't get on with cocoa butter in real life. I don't like the smell of it. Don't like marzipan either. Like the marzipan smell I find really kind of... It's hard to describe. Ginger, garlic. See, garlic it's saying it wants it chopped or mashed, but the ginger... Why is it not just saying ground ginger if it wants me to process it? Basil and sugar. See, but then again, it's suggesting it wants chopped basil. Maybe I should have just put the ground ginger in there. Chopped basil, chopped basil. So if we try chopped basil, I'm going to pull that ginger out and just try ground ginger, because I think that's what it's asking for. It's asking for it in a weird way. And then sugar, and then it's just the vinegar, I think. So where's my sugar? There's my sugar. And however much malt vinegar, I've got a kilo there. I really hope it doesn't want more than that, or I'm going to have to open up another barrel. No, that's too much. That's fine. Too much is fine. Let's 290 and 435. So let's put it in the wonky one, which I changed the thing on and forgot to update it. Let's change that back to 200, and that should do me the other part of it. You can hear my voice going as well. Right. Phew. Okay, that's correct. We're going to make us some ketchup. Then I'm going to find that this is not sufficient bloody ketchup for the dish. But if I do, them's the breaks. Tomato ketchup. There we go. So that's part one. I needed ketchup to do that. Then I'm going to need raw pasta, because it's a pasta dish. I don't know if I've got any raw pasta already in storage. Where's my... I think I closed my LMC again. Have I got any raw pasta? I can feel my poor brain fading fast. It's like all of the things just going, just like wearing down. No, I don't have any raw pasta. Screw you. So that's going to be some kind of flour and water, right? Pasta, fresh pasta. Oh, is it going to want fresh or dry pasta? Let's assume fresh pasta. Might come to regret it. So egg, water, wheat flour. Let's move my ketchup out, which weirdly, even though it has the liquid symbol, does not behave like a liquid. You can just carry it in your inventory. So wheat flour specifically, water and an egg. We'll have an egg. Flour somewhere. Apparently I don't have flour in that one. Do I have flour in this one? Yes. 1 wheat flour, 1 egg, and an amount as yet undetermined of water. More water. More than that. How about now? We'll make some raw, fresh pasta if I use a knife. Okay, good. Good start. Good start. If after all this it wants dry pasta, I might flip a table, but that's alright. Raw, fresh pasta. So I've got the pasta, I've got the ketchup. Oh, fuck, I knew this. I think it wants some kind of cheese. I don't know if I remember the other ingredients though, but I'm pretty sure it needs cheese. So let's just stick some cheese in and see if we can lure our way to it. You've never made it with fresh pasta, so... Damn it. Does that mean it needs dry pasta in the game? Fuck. Oh no. Maybe it will accept either. Maybe. Maybe. Is it gonna be picky about its cheese? I bet it is. Let's try with normal cheese first. It might lead me up the garden path to something else. Do not make any known recipe. Have you not got it in your cookbook? But not like by default. Don't make any known recipe. Maybe it's the fresh pasta that's the problem. Oh, actually, it might be the container that's the problem. Hang on. Hang on. Yeah, okay, so let's try in some other containers. Doesn't like them in there. What about... Doesn't like them in a saucepan. It's not going to be a pie dish because it's not a pie. What else have we got? Baking stone. Oh, it's doing something in a baking stone. So have I tried any minced meat? Right, let's try mincing. Is it a knife to mince? I think it is. Law to the rescue. I mean, I don't know that it's going to actually end up on the dish that I'm aiming for, and if it uses all my ketchup, then it's not that. Oh, I might be mad. Adding a chopped potato. Here's hoping. Chopped potato, chopped potato. There we go. You think it may work with... That is a lot of ketchup. I think we're just going to have to see what it makes. And hope to God it doesn't make something like... It's clearly going to make something that's not in my cookbook, because otherwise it would have told me what it was going to make. I think I've just got to kind of watch and wait and hope. There's something else you could... There's a fennel dish. Canine meat might be the worst option. Wait! Ah! Okay, but it made it. So clearly fresh pasta will do it. And it's got dog meat in. There we go. That is now added to my recipe dish. Quality 90, added to my recipe book. But this terrible dog meat pasta. Yeah. The full out version. Exactly. I feel like there's a fennel recipe and I don't know if I got it. And I know I said that was going to be my last one, but I'm just yeah, I've only got fennel oil. There's a like a cooked or a fried fennel something. I'm just kind of like, presumably it's going to be oil if it's some kind of fried or cooked fennel, chopped fennel maybe. I don't know. I might be barking up the wrong tree here. Where's that fennel gone? Can't wait for it to be. Unfortunately, I don't know that can be made over a campfire, so you might escape scot-free on that one, Ruffle. I don't know. I don't think it tells you what you can make them in unless you have also made it in that. Like, there are some things where it tells you everything you can make it in, but some you only unlock when you actually do it. What was I looking for? I was looking for fennel. I was just gonna see if I could fry fennel. I feel like it might need something else. What's wrong? Oh, you starving? Oh no. Did nobody feed you? like ever. There's my fennel. Knew I had some. I mean, I've got shitloads. Crush it to make actual fennel. Don't make any known recipe. Bollocks. Ow! Oh my god! I do need rat on a stick. I need rat on a stick. I haven't done a hog roast yet. I'll do a hog roast on one of the camping trips. Yes, good shout. Good shout. Might be Vulcan to the rescue as always. Chopped fennel, how about that? Meow. Have I tried adding a chopped any veg? That's not gonna make a fennel dish though. I think that's gonna lead me the wrong way. How about hang on. How about something like cornstarch or something? Because I feel like it's some kind of corn flour maybe? Try something like that. Let's try a corn flour. Now it's wanting lemon juice. That's not what I expected. Somehow. Wonder what that's going to take me. Yeah, I was thinking flour as well. I wonder if, hang on, if I just try, let me just try another flour first. I kind of want to know what the lemon root's going to take me as well. Oh, look, it's going to make something with flour. It just didn't like corn flour. What was it going to do if I added lemon though? I kind of want to know. Disappointed that you can't make ram on a stick, even though there's, because does it not just make a lamb spit? Like, is that not how you make a lamb spit? But then the raw recipe is also like raw lamb spit, so. Oh, raw ram spit, I see. So what happens then if you try and do it? Does that just also make lamb spit once cooked? Because it's got all three of them. You would think that it would make. It should make different recipes, I'd have thought, but clearly I haven't cooked most of them up and I don't have dead sheep lying around. I'm certainly not going to go kill one of mine to try. Oh, they all just turn into lamb. Oh yeah, in fact you can see it right there. Look at that. Because any of these then turns into the lamb spit. I gotcha. Oh look, it made it. Campania style fennel. But what if I'd added lemon juice? It's 10 to 2. I can't go doing it again and adding lemon juice. I can't. There's so many more things here that I like, that I'm a hair's breadth away from, that I know I could do and I still haven't done. And of course I've gone and cocked it, because now I'm at 500 and... How am I at 507? Oh, we did all the sushi. There are over 650 recipes in this game though, so I've got a long way to go still. But at least I've got the recipe bit done. The journal bit done for recipes. But I'm going to stop there or I'm just never going to go to bed.
Uh-oh.
And I didn't get to do my human sausages.
What was I saying?
And I'm going to have to sit here and just finish filleting all of these things and sorting them back. But I'm not going to do that on stream. Nobody needs to watch that on stream. I also didn't eat even half my minstrels. You've still got 99-ish to go. Yeah. And like I say, I know a lot of the recipes that are missing. So I haven't yet got to the point where I'm like, where I have to go looking because I don't know what could be there. And in fact, there were a couple of recipes which I've only come across in one or two places that I was thinking of trying to work out tonight. Like there's like there's one called like Calacuco, something like that. I think it's quite a simple one. I've only ever seen that one place. I saw cheese swirls or cheese and tomato swirls or something somewhere the other day as well, the other week, which is something I haven't seen very often, but evidently is something we can go create in game. Like, so there's a few out there as well that are kind of like I've encountered, but I don't necessarily know the way to them yet. I need to put all of those away, but that can wait. No, my campfire finally died. Died a death. Yeah, I've got a bunch of stuff I need to put away. But back to our earlier point. So, there's probably a bunch of things that you can make for your alts to use on the Christmas event tomorrow. But some of the details about how that Christmas event works. I don't know if we've still got you here, Buddha, but out of interest, do you know whether you can wrap open containers to put Christmas gifts in? My assumption is you probably can't, and so we can't send books. Or, you know, rare mats wrapped in a chest. But that might be one of those things that we just have to find out tomorrow. But my assumption is that you probably can put sealed containers, because they would still have a signature, like a sealed jar of something, custard or something. You can send an empty container, okay. So you could send a chest, for example, a small chest, but you couldn't send a small chest with some rare sprouts in or something like that. Yeah, that was my assumption, Madoon, because they're a sealed item, they effectively sort of become a different item rather than a container that you can look inside. They become a sealed something. And jars have a signature. Hopefully that means you can send, like, jars of booze or jars of custard or goodness knows. I just send jars of custard to you all. Yeah. If do we know, Buddha, if we can send sealed containers? Because that opens up, like, for the cooks, who were quite keen to be able to send food, but food doesn't strictly speaking contain a signature. That would be a nice way to send out, like, Christmas booze and stuff, if you could seal flasks and jars and things. Because there's a variety of sort of like foods and sweet treats and things which are liquid and therefore can be sealed in containers. Anyway, I'm rambling and I'm grasshoppering and I'm procrastinating because I need to go to bed. But I both did my prep for tomorrow. I did a tree. I crashed my client several times, and I don't know if that was me or if that was Wurm. And I got, what did I start on? 470 recipes. So we got almost 40 recipes unlocked. So that's good. You could go festive and send out eggnog. I might even have a bunch of eggnog stashed somewhere on my shelves. I don't... What's in sweet treats? Oh, look! That's where all my creams were. Got some soups and some stews up here. I've got, like... I feel like... soft drinks? Would it be in soft drinks? Or are those... No, those are all juices. Hot drinks and... I've got eggnog. Look at that. I've got eggnog. I've got hot chocolate. I've got all kinds of stuff I could send. All kinds. 11 a.m. our time, I think. So it's midday server time for people in the UK. That's about 11 a.m. Yeah. I will not be here. I'm in Bruges all day tomorrow. So I'm out of the country, which is why, look, first time I've been out of the country in a long bloody time as well. So, like, I've started doing my prep. Obviously, I'm going to need to go and actually finish doing prep for some of the premium alts that I've got so they can also put things under the tree. But I'm excited for it. And if you're excited for it too, you should go and say so on the forum thread to counteract some of those very, very noisy people who are throwing their toys out the pram because they don't get to just go on a reindeer murdering spree again this year. And I guess we'll find out tomorrow whether we at least get the reindeer skins back on Deer in the Wild or not, because they were cool. I like those. If only you hadn't stayed up late again. I stayed up till 4:30 yesterday, and I think it's because I slept in late. And then I looked up, I was in the middle of doing stuff, and it was 4:30 in the morning, and I was like, fuck. And then, of course, I slept in later this morning, which is why I'm still awake, but I've got to be up. I've got to be up and out the door by like 7:15, 7 o'clock or something tomorrow, So I'm finishing. It's 3 minutes to 2. I'm going. I'm going. Oh my god. After I've sealed these barrels and put them all away again. Anyway, tell you what. Let me just go and see if I dare to open up Google Chrome, and let's hope it doesn't crash me again, although it shouldn't have been doing that because it should be a memory thing. Let me just see if there's somebody to raid, because I keep forgetting to do that, and it's mostly just me grasshoppering away. I think Stablam was live earlier, but I think he's not now. That's a shame. We could have raided him. Let me just see if there is anybody streaming Wurm online at the moment. It's just me. No raids for you tonight, guys. Okay, so but if you're looking to do your Christmas shopping somewhere, one of the bigger and more active markets that I haven't promoted in a little while is over on Pristine. Maybe go and pay AO's Attic, the Attic Public Market, a visit if you're looking for somewhere to go and buy in-game stuff. Maybe not to put through the tree, but if you also are somebody who likes to give gifts to sort of people in your closer circles and networks or whatever, that might be a place to go looking. I need to do some Christmas baking at some point and sort out some of my presents as well as the ones I've got to give the tree. I don't know if I will be streaming next Saturday yet, because next Saturday is going to be the day after Boxing Day, but also I'm in two minds about whether or not to do a New Year's Eve stream, because I do spend my New Year's Eve in Wurm. That might be a little bit much in the early hours of the morning. I'm normally out furiously hunting down, trying to find myself one of those New Year boxes. But we should do another shopping stream. Yes, we should. It's been a while. I might be streaming next Saturday, or I might just take a break for Christmas. But I will let you know. If you're in the Coterie channel, you'll find out there anyway. If you're not in the Coterie channel and you would like to be, I will pop a thing in there now-ish if I can find it. There you go. If you want to come join the Discord and hang out with us and whatever, talk about crafting nonsense, there we are. And it is now actually 2 a.m, so I'm going to say goodnight. Good night, guys. Thank you for the company. And if I don't speak to you before, have a wonderful, hopefully restful Christmas break. And I'll see you soon.